Since 1960, we have been trying to contribute to the nation by developing and optimizing the potential of the people through education. Every year, more than 7,000 new students from within the country and abroad enroll in UAD. With innovation, technology and creativity that are based on intellectual and moral integrity, perfected by Islamic values, we create a comfortable and stimulating learning atmosphere. The public trust in us is proven by the increasing number of new students from year to year. Currently, there are more than 26,000 active students from various regions of the country. Our continuous internationalization efforts are shown with the distribution of foreign students at our university from various countries. The high-achieving climate developed at the campus supports our chosen students to compete in various competitions, both at national and international levels. We equip students with the required experience to participate in various international cooperation programs through joint degree, double degree, short course, summer camp, and competition programs at international level. As a Muhammadiyah higher education institution, we make Al-Islam and Kemuhammadiyahan as the foundation for our campus life. Fun learning with various activities are promoted to develop the potentials and interests of the students. The students' organizations and 3 Muhammadiyah autonomic organizations that we offer are the best choice for students to channel their interest and potentials, both in academic and non-academic activities. With the increasingly fast technological advances, we improve the quality of our internet connection for comfortable online learning through e-learning, as well as for various payment and tuition transactions. We have a smart room that can integrate all campus management information system that is displayed on executive dashboard system, making it convenient for immediate decision making and providing fast and optimum services for lecturers, educational staff, students, and their guardians. Besides, we can also carry out social media analysis, teleconference, or online meeting. With more than 750 competent educators with the best qualification in their fields. Since 2017, we have been accredited A by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education. Besides, we also managed to record a variety of notable achievements. We are working to provide quality education with the best learning system for our students. Now, we have 11 faculties and 52 study programs for both undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Adequate facilities, friendly services, professional educators are our focus. Comfortable classrooms, integrated laboratories, amphitheater with 3D facilities and smart presentation, observatory, as well as libraries with complete collection are utilized to support students' learning activities. Education, research, and community service are the main objective for higher education. In terms of research, we are trying to create a conducive research climate. We are also working to encourage lecturers to continue improving their research to produce a variety of innovations that are aimed to benefit the society through appropriate and efficient technology. Our target in scientific publication in the form of books, publication in accredited national journals or reputable international journals continues to experience a significant increase. With 78 journals in various fields of science, 33 Sinta accredited journals, 3 of which are Scopus Index, UAD is the first and only Muhammadiyah higher education institution with 3 reputable international Scopus Index journals. Moreover, UAD also records an achievement in the field of community service by getting recognition and transforming from very satisfactory cluster to a superior cluster. We built a strong network with various institutions, organizations, and universities proven with various track records in national and international cooperations. The cooperations established promote activities in the fields of education, research and community service with seminars, workshops, publications, and various other programs. We are forging multi-year cooperation with the European Union Erasmus Plus through the capacity building for higher education program in the development of entrepreneurship and disaster management. Alumni are valuable assets for a university. For that, we are continuously improving the quality of our graduates. To know the competency of our graduates as workers, we conduct a treasure study by maximizing the participation of alumni through Kamada, Alumni Associations of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. For the development of science-based business economy, we have a number of business units: PT Adi Multi Energi, PT Adi Multi Kalibrasi, PT BPRS Karana Kiat Andalas, PT Adi Multi Husada, PT Adi Multi Teknologi, PT Adi Multi Property, PT Adi Multi Boga, and PT Adi Multimedia. Since 1960, we have been trying to contribute to the nation by developing and optimizing the potential of the people through education. Every year, more than 7,000 new students from within the country and abroad enroll in UAD. With innovation, technology, and creativity that are based on intellectual and moral integrity, perfected by Islamic values, we create a comfortable and stimulating learning atmosphere. The public trust in us is proven by the increasing number of new students from year to year. Currently, there are more than 26,000 active students from various regions of the country. Our continuous internationalization efforts are shown with the distribution of foreign students at our university from various countries. The high-achieving climate developed at the campus supports our chosen students to compete in various competitions, both at national and international levels. We equip students with the required experience to participate in various international cooperation programs through joint degree, double degree, short course, summer camp, and competition programs at international level. As a Muhammadiyah higher education institution, we make all Islam and Kemuhammadiyahan as the foundation for our campus life. Fun learning with various activities are promoted to develop the potentials and interests of the students. The students' organizations and 3 Muhammadiyah autonomic organizations that we offer are the best choice for students to channel their interest and potentials, both in academic and non-academic activities. With the increasingly fast technological advances, we improve the quality of our internet connection for comfortable online learning through e-learning, as well as for various payment and tuition transactions. We have a smart room that can integrate all campus management information system that is displayed on executive dashboard system, making it convenient for immediate decision-making and providing fast and optimum services for lecturers, educational staff, students, and their guardians. Besides, we can also carry out social media analysis, teleconference, or online meeting. With more than 750 competent educators with the best qualification in their fields. Since 2017, we have been accredited A by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education. Besides, we also managed to record a variety of notable achievements. We are working to provide quality education with the best learning system for our students. Now, we have 11 faculties and 52 study programs for both undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Adequate facilities, friendly services, professional educators are our focus. Comfortable classrooms, integrated laboratories, amphitheater with 3D facilities and smart presentation, observatory, as well as libraries with complete collection are utilized to support students' learning activities. Education, research, and community service are the main objective for higher education. In terms of research, we are trying to create a conducive research climate. We are also working to encourage lecturers to continue improving their research to produce a variety of innovations that are aimed to benefit the society through appropriate and efficient technology. Our target in scientific publication in the form of books, publication in accredited national journals or reputable international journals continues to experience a significant increase. With 78 journals in various fields of science, 33 Sinta accredited journals, 3 of which are Scopus Index, UAD is the first and only Muhammadiyah higher education institution with 3 reputable international Scopus Index journals. Moreover, UAD also records an achievement in the field of community service by getting recognition and transforming from very satisfactory cluster to a superior cluster. We built a strong network with various institutions, organizations, and universities proven with various track records in national and international corporations. The corporations established promote activities in the fields of education, research and community service with seminars, workshop, publications, and various other programs. We are forging multi-year cooperation with the European Union Erasmus Plus through the capacity building for higher education program in the development of entrepreneurship and disaster management. Alumni are valuable assets for a university. For that, we are continuously improving the quality of our graduates. To know the competency of our graduates as workers, we conduct a treasure study by maximizing the participation of alumni through Kamada, Alumni Associations of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. For the development of science-based business economy, we have a number of business units: PT Adi Multi Energi, PT Adi Multi Kalibrasi, PT BPRS Karanakiat Andalas, PT Adi Multi Husada, PT Adi Multi Teknologi, PT Adi Multi Property, PT Adi Multi Boga, and PT Adi Multimedia. Since 1960, we have been trying to contribute to the nation by developing and optimizing the potential of the people through education. Every year, more than 7,000 new students from within the country and abroad enroll in UAD. With innovation, technology, and creativity that are based on intellectual and moral integrity, perfected by Islamic values, we create a comfortable and stimulating learning atmosphere. The public trust in us is proven by the increasing number of new students from year to year. Currently, there are more than 26,000 active students from various regions of the country. Our continuous internationalization efforts are shown with the distribution of foreign students at our university from various countries. The high-achieving climate developed at the campus supports our chosen students to compete in various competitions, both at national and international levels. We equip students with the required experience to participate in various international cooperation programs through joint degree, double degree, short course, summer camp, and competition programs at international level. As a Muhammadiyah higher education institution, we make all Islam and Kemuhammadiyahan as the foundation for our campus life. Fun learning with various activities are promoted to develop the potentials and interests of the students. The students' organizations and 3 Muhammadiyah autonomic organizations that we offer are the best choice for students to channel their interest and potentials, both in academic and non-academic activities. With the increasingly fast technological advances, we improve the quality of our internet connection for comfortable online learning through e-learning, as well as for various payment and tuition transactions. We have a smart room that can integrate all campus management information system that is displayed on executive dashboard system, making it convenient for immediate decision making. and providing fast and optimum services for lecturers, educational staff, students, and their guardians. Besides, we can also carry out social media analysis, teleconference, or online meeting. With more than 750 competent educators with the best qualification in their fields. Since 2017, we have been accredited A by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education. Besides, we also managed to record a variety of notable achievements. We are working to provide quality education with the best learning system for our students. Now, we have 11 faculties and 52 study programs for both undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Adequate facilities, friendly services, professional educators are our focus. Comfortable classrooms, integrated laboratories, amphitheater with 3D facilities and smart presentation, observatory, as well as libraries with complete collection are utilized to support students' learning activities. Education, research, and community service are the main objective for higher education. In terms of research, we are trying to create a conducive research climate. We are also working to encourage lecturers to continue improving their research to produce a variety of innovations that are aimed to benefit the society through appropriate and efficient technology. Our target in scientific publication in the form of books, publication in accredited national journals or reputable international journals continues to experience a significant increase. With 78 journals in various fields of science, 33 SINTA accredited journals, 3 of which are Scopus Index, UAD is the first and only Muhammadiyah higher education institution with 3 reputable international Scopus Index journals. Moreover, UAD also records an achievement in the field of community service by getting recognition and transforming from very satisfactory cluster to a superior cluster. We built a strong network with various institutions, organizations, and universities proven with various track records in national and international corporations. The corporations established promote activities in the fields of education, research and community service with seminars, workshop, publications, and various other programs. We are forging multi-year cooperation with the European Union Erasmus Plus through the capacity building for higher education program in the development of entrepreneurship and disaster management. Alumni are valuable assets for a university. For that, we are continuously improving the quality of our graduates. To know the competency of our graduates as workers, we conduct a tracer study by maximizing the participation of alumni through Kamada, Alumni Associations of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. For the development of science-based business economy, we have a number of business units: PT Adi Multi Energi, PT Adi Multi Kalibrasi, PT BPRS Karana Kiat Andalas, PT Adi Multi Husada, PT Adi Multi Teknologi, PT Adi Multi Property, PT Adi Multi Boga, and PT Adi Multimedia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please, that our opening ceremony is about to begin. So before we start our agenda today, let me greet you with a pantun. Cahaya lilin bertabur bintang, lampunya redup diterangkan. Untuk hadirin yang sudah datang, Assalamualaikum kami ucapkan. Selamat pagi, good morning, and sawadika to everyone here. It's great honor for me, Ratu Matahari, and my partner, Marciana Wibowo, to present here as the Master of Ceremony and welcoming each of you here in this international conference. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has a significant impact on the health and non-health sectors. So we need a strong health management system in Indonesia. Indonesia must improve the surveillance systems, including for the data collection, data analysis, data interpretation, to develop the health policy in order to prevent the inevitable pandemic in the future. Based on those issues, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, is holding an international conference on public health surveillance system for a more resilient public health system. In addition, this international conference is also expected to be able to open many opportunities for collaboration between Universitas Ahmad Dahlan in general and also the Faculty of Public Health in the particular, in the field of research, community empowerment, visiting lecture, student exchange, with the various health institutions and education in various countries. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7th Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health Conference with the theme Public Health Surveillance System for a More Resilient Health System. This is very exciting events that to all of you here can be shared and discussed with the current issues on the public health. And for your information, this conference is supported by many organizations such as Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, International Journal of Public Health Science, Disease Prevention and Public Health Journal, Epidemiology and Society Health Review Journal, Jurnal Cakrawala Promosi Kesehatan, IKESMA, Jurnal Ilmu Kesehatan Universitas Negeri Jember, and also we thank you to Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Kesehatan Masyarakat Muhammadiyah Indonesia APT KMMI. So ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the Holy Quran recitation that will be delivered by Mr. Irwan Kurniawan. So for Mr. Irwan Kurniawan, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Waltakum minkum ummatun yad'una ilal khairi wa ya'muruna bil بالمعروف يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون وأولئك هم المفلحون ولا تكونوا كالذين تفرقوا واختلفوا من بعد ما جاءهم البينات وأولئك لهم عذاب عظيم وأولئك لهم عذاب عظيم صدق الله العظيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Iwan Kurniawan, for the Holy Quran recitation. So now our next agenda is sings the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. So ladies and gentlemen, please stand up and open your camera.
kita menggerakkan kaum muslimin dengan beraduan. Lihatlah matahari telah di ufuk timur sana, seruan ilahi Rabbi Samina wa Ya Allah, Tuhan Rabbiku, Muhammad junjunganku, habislah agamamu, Muhammadiyah gerakanku.
Thank you. You might be seated. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to greet our wonderful speakers for this conference. For the first is Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti, Master of Science, PhD. Good morning, sir. The second is the honorable speaker from Provost of the British University, Egypt, Professor Gaideli. Good morning, sir. The third is the honorable speaker from La Trobe University, Australia, Professor Lisa McKenna. Good morning, ma'am. The fourth is the honorable speaker from Khon Kaen University, Thailand, Professor Wongsa Lohasiriwong. Good morning, ma'am. Sawadika. The fifth, the honorable speaker from Dr. Sarjito Hospital of Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Dr. Andaru Dahasi Dewi, Magister Kesehatan, Spesialis Patologi Klinik Konsulen. Good morning, Dr. Andaru. The sixth is the honorable speakers from Provincial Health Office of Yogyakarta, Mrs. Setyarini Hastulestari, Sarjana Kesehatan Masyarakat, Magister Kesehatan. Good morning, ma'am. The seventh is the honorable speakers from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Mrs. Cipta Sari Prabawanti, Sarjana Psikologi, Master of Science, PhD. Good morning, ma'am. The Honorable Rector, Vice Rector, Dean, Vice Dean, and all Civitas Academica, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Good morning to all of you. And last but not least, good morning to our dearest participants of this conference. So now, we would like to continue our agenda. The Excellencies, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to invite to deliver his welcoming speech as the chairman of this international conference, Assistant Professor Muhammad Samsu Hidayat, Sarjana Ekonomi, Master of Science, PhD, to give his speech. To Assistant Professor Muhammad Samsu Hidayat, the time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be with you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome all the participants today for the 7th Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health Conference 2022. I welcome all the eminent speakers and guests from all over the country, from different walks of life. You have come to here to share your knowledge and experience. This is the second conference that we conducted in digital platform due to the recent pandemic. The theme of today's conference is Public Health Surveillance System for a More Resilient Health System. The recent pandemic has reminded us that as a society, we are very vulnerable. Global warming and human exploration have a daunting prospect of encountering possible new viruses that once kept dormant in layers of ice or deep in the ocean, or the prospect of a cure that went wrong as depicted in the movie I'm Legend. It is possible to happen. However, the future is not as scary as it seems. From the recent COVID-19 pandemic, we have learned on how to impede the spreading of the disease and accelerate it. With one condition, we have to work together. It was with this aim that we decided to organize this conference to exchange experience and knowledge for a more resilient health system. According to WHO, developing resilient health system ensures countries can effectively prevent, prepare for, detect, adapt to, respond to, and recover from public health threats, while ensuring the maintenance of quality, essential, and routine health services in all contexts, including in fragile conflict and violent setting. Therefore, it is crucial that we start to develop it now, while the memory of COVID-19 pandemic is still fresh and resources is still accessible. I would like to conclude my speech by encouraging the delegates to participate in all the activities and discussion. I wish everyone a successful, safe, and fruitful conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Samsu, for the speech. And now the next agenda is the speech from the Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, that will be delivered by the Assistant Professor Rosida Sarjana Ekonomi, Magister Kesehatan, PhD. For Assistant Professor Rosida, now the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Swadika, the Honorable Director of Universitas of Ahmad Dahlan, Dr. Muklas MT, and all the Vice Rectors, the Honorable the President Director BPJS Kesehatan, Professor Ali Gufron Mukti, MSc, PhD, all the representatives, the Honorable speakers, Professor Gaideli, Pro Vice Chancellor, British University in Egypt, Professor Dr. Wangsa Lauhasiriwong, Dean Faculty of Public Health, Phnom Penh University, Thailand, Professor Lisa Maikena, Dean of the School of Nursing and Midwifery at Lathrop University, Australia, Dr. Andaru Dahesi Dehwi, MKes SPPK, Provincial Public Hospital, Dr. Sarjito, and the Head of Disease and Eradication Division Yogyakarta, Setyarini Hesti Lestari, MKes, and then Ibu Ciptasari Prabawanti, PhD, from University of Ahmad Dahlan. All the UPHEC committee and all the participants on the 7th UPHEC International Conference, thank you to each and every one of you for being here today at this wonderful event. Let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to the 7th UPHEC International Conference with the theme, The Public Health Surveillance System for a More Resilient Health System. One of the lessons learned from COVID-19 was the pandemic could be overcome with attentive surveillance. Surveillance shouldn't only comprise the data, but a continuous system process that includes the data collection, analysis, interpretation, and subsequently using the result as reference for health policy planning and implementation. Thus, the primary goal of surveillance is the alleviate morbidity and prevent avoidable death by effective intervention. Through this conference, we would like to share experiences, new ideas, and research results from various disciplines and nations to establish more resilient health system in order to overcome any potential pandemics in the future. We certainly hope this conference will strengthen multi-sector collaboration to address healthcare system issues, to increase public awareness, a more resilient health system in order to overcome any potential pandemic in the future. We certainly, finally, thank you for attending this conference. Your expertise and contributions are remarkably appreciated. I hope this conference will be successful and deliver advantages for all of us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Assistant Professor Roshidah, Sarjana Ekonomi Magister Kesehatan PhD, for the welcoming speech. And then now we move to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now our pleasure to ask you to listen the few speech of Rektor Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Dr. Muklas, Master Teknik.
Good morning, greeting to all of us. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Profesor Dr. Ali Guru Foron Mukti MSc PhD, Badan Penyelenggara Jaminan Sosial Indonesia. Profesor Dr. Wongsa Lawhasiri Wong, Faculty of Public Health, Konkan University, Thailand. Professor Gui Deli, British University in Egypt. Professor Lisa McKenna, Dean of the School of Nursing and Midwifery at Lathrop University, Australia. And Dr. Kiki Pambayun Stianing Astuti, MKes, Head of Public Health Office, Provinsi Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And Dr. Andaru Dahesih Dewi, MKes, SPPKK, Team Leader of PPI RSUP Dr. Sarjito Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And my colleague Rusidah SI MKes PhD, Dean of Public Health Faculty, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Indonesia. And also, respected all delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All praises belong to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for granting us the opportunity to organize this agenda. On behalf of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, we would like to welcome you to the 7th Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health Conference, October 29, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has put great pressure on this world, including Indonesia. The pandemic has a significant impact on both health and non-health sectors. There are valuable lessons on how Indonesia and world handle the pandemic. Therefore, every country must continue to improve their early response system to anticipate inevitable pandemic in the future. One of the things that Indonesia must improve is the surveillance system. Surveillance activities should not only involve data collection, but a continuous systematic processes that encompasses data collection, analysis, interpretation, and subsequently using the results as a reference for planning and implementation health policy. The main goal of surveillance, therefore, is to decrease morbidity and prevent avoidable death through effective intervention. In strengthening surveillance, we need to learn how each country developed their surveillance system and discuss the best practice on surveillance and health services providers. Strengthening health policy as a part of the health system aims to achieve a certain degree of health through planning, decision, and action. As such, health policy concentrated on health financing, delivering health service, improving access to health care and quality of care, and promoting equity. Ladies and gentlemen, health policy therefore covers a wide range of categories from public health, includes but not limited to vaccination, tobacco control, health promotion, health insurance, global health, individual health to health services. From best practice surveillance system in health service providers, we can find out the implementation of surveillance program in healthcare provider, the achievement and failures, the obstacles and supporting factors, and lessons learned that could be applied in other settings. Health surveillance is the backbone of health policy. Consequently, the quality of surveillance is crucial for a policy to be effective. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is held annually by the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. The 7th UPHEC 2022 invites academicians, public health related students, public health professionals, healthcare specialists, healthcare workers, researchers, scientists, policymakers, social workers, and other related professionals to exchange and share their experiences, new ideas, and research results about all aspects of public health and discuss the practical challenges encountered and the solution adopted, especially in the public health surveillance and health policy. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all speakers, paper presenters, participants, and delegates from stakeholders and experts association at this international conference, and wish all of you an enjoyable and exciting time. I pray Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala to guide us all in our work for the betterment of our society. With the recitation of Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the 7th Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health International Conference now is officially opened. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Muklas, Magister Teknik, for the speech and also officially open for this conference. So it means when the speech is stopped, the 7th Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health Conference, Public Health Surveillance System for a More Resilient Health System is officially opened. Ladies and gentlemen, so before we move to our main agenda, we would like to hold the photo session with our guest speakers and also the participants. So please open your camera. So we can start now. I will count 1, 2, 3, and give your best smile. Okay. Next. Okay. 1, 2, 3, strike pose. Okay. Once again. Please open your camera and show to us your beautiful smiles. 1, 2, 3. It's already all. Okay, once more. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Cheese. Okay, I think it's enough. Thank you for the participants. So now we come to our main program of this conference. Let us hear the few words from our keynote speakers. Please welcome Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti, Master of Science PhD. He is the President Director of BPJS Kesehatan Indonesia. And now the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Dr. Mokhlas, MT, Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Rosida, SAM Class PhD, Chairman of 7 Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health Conference, Muhammad Samsu Hidayat, MSc PhD, Professor Kaidali from UK and Egypt, Professor Dr. Wongsa Lahura Siriwong from Thailand, Head of Faculty of Public Health, Konkan University, and Ibu Pembayun Setyaning Stuti, MCAS, the Health Officer, Special Region of Yogyakarta, DIY. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank for the invitation, and as we already given a topic which entitled Implementation of National Health Insurance or JKN program for more resilient health system in Indonesia. Next slide. As we know that when we are living in the world, we always have a risk for facing illness, risk of child rearing, and also facing work accident, disability, job loss, old age, or death of the breadwinner. So it is very important for us how actually we will tackle and manage this risk. Otherwise, this risk will of course have financial vulnerability, because uncertain risk can cause someone to incur costs that cannot be measured and even cause poverty. So therefore, social protection and social security is very important, as we know that the social protection and social security as a set of policies that program designed to prevent and reduce financial vulnerability and poverty throughout the life cycles. And of course that economic and social development, the realization of the right to social security, and the achievement of the sustainable development goals. Next slide please. Social protection scheme in Indonesia, for example, this consists of 3 schemes from the lowest to the highest level, namely social assistance, social security, and individual guarantees. Now we talk a little bit about social assistance. Social assistance is provided for citizens who are poor or unable to overcome their poverty and get out of poverty, and usually social assistance is something which is not permanent. For example, like if there is an earthquake or maybe landslide or flood, those who are affected and have difficulty in lives, then the government gives social assistance to those who are affected. Number 2 of the scheme is social security. As we know that social security is provided by the contribution of the citizen to overcome various financial risks that occur due to illness, unemployment, disability, old age, accident, or death. For example, which we are implementing in Indonesia using what we call it social insurance approach. As we know that in the social security, the membership is obliged, every individual should be as a member. And number 3, individual assist insurance or individual insurance which is optional. Those who are not satisfied with the social health insurance or social insurance, then the one who are not satisfied maybe can apply and followed voluntary by individual to add the benefits that already covered by social security. So in this case, for example, commercial insurance. And as we know that social security benefits and the function, of course, to compensate not only health but also loss of income due to illness, childbirth, work injury, and unemployment, disability, old age, and death, and provide access to social services, among other health services, education, training, and fulfill basic living needs. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that social protection scheme, actually it is a human right, and it is already entitled and described in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, especially in Article 22 in the year 1948. Next slide, please. So I can conclude about the social protection schemes, which are consisting of 3 schemes. First, from the basic, which is social assistance, which non-contribution, or the members no need to pay contribution. This scheme can be granted unconditionally and is universal to all citizens or residents who meet a certain eligibility criteria. For example, also those who are affected by natural disaster. And number 2 is social insurance, or we call it skema asuransi sosial, for example like social security, and gather risk and resources across covered population based on the principle of social solidarity, or we call it gotong royong. Then the last one is voluntary contribution, or commercial insurance, or individual commercial insurance for those who are not satisfied with social insurance and would like to add some more. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are talking about universal health coverage, so WHO actually trying to explain that there are 3 important components when we are talking about universal health coverage. Universal health coverage itself actually a powerful public health tools which can be defined as everyone, every individual, everywhere, every time may access to quality of healthcare or essential quality of healthcare without financial hardship. And as we mentioned, according to WHO, there are 3 important 3 components, namely is the population who are covered, how many percentage of the population covered, that is number 1. Number 2 is about which services are covered, whether only primary healthcare services, basic services, or maybe it is like in Indonesia, both the primary healthcare and also referral system healthcare, both are covered as far as it is medically indicated. Then number 3 is the cost sharing. How much actually the cost sharing which covered. So whether the members still need to pay additional costs or no need. So therefore it is clear that universal health coverage consisted of 3 types of important components that we can measure. Ladies and gentlemen, actually about the cost driver.
because of the new technology and JKN healthcare utilization, which always increasing because of the transition epidemiology and a type of diseases already moved, and also because of the age and demographic transition. And of course, healthcare providers also as the cost driver. Therefore, we have to manage healthcare in order to be able to have cost control or cost containment. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, WHO actually already proposes about the WHO health system framework, which consists of at least 6 system building blocks, namely service delivery, health workforce, information, medical product, vaccine and technologies, financing, and leadership of government. So when these system building blocks are important and can be implemented well, then the access of coverage and quality as well as safety will be better, and then our goal can be achieved, namely improve health, level and equity, then responsiveness, social and financial risk protection, and of course need an improved efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, next slide please. When we are talking about the concept of social health insurance, actually there are at least 3 important things. First is that revenue collection, second risk pooling, third is purchasing. When we are talking about revenue collection, there are 2 things we have to consider. First, population coverage. How many population are coverage? Then we can collect the revenue. And then the method of finance. Of course, these 2 will influence resource generation, whether these resources will be sufficient and will be sustainable. Then number 2, about the risk pool, level of fragmentation, whether the pool of the resources will be pooled in the state or provinces like in Canada for example, or national like in Indonesia. So the fund is pooled in Jakarta. Then of course composition of risk pool. So whether it is consisting of the young and the old, and those who are having risk and not risk, and etc. Next slide please. So when we are talking now, come to the social health security in Indonesia. Next slide. As we know that the country profile of Indonesia consisting of more than 271 million population, 17 island, then also very wide, like more than almost 2 million kilometers. And Social Security Health Program in Indonesia cover the whole, almost the whole population, now almost reach 90%. And we hope that in the year 2024 will reach at least 98%. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is written actually 89.67%, actually almost 90% as I mentioned, and 27,000 healthcare providers, which we can see here 388 district offices, and we have formal sector entities around 320,000. Then we have developed what we call it payment point or payment channel, consisting of 650,000 payment channel, for example like GoPay, like OVO, and so on and so forth. Then we have 127 brand offices. Ladies and gentlemen, next slide please. Healthcare utilization in JKN program or National Health Insurance Program is always increasing, except in the year 2020 because we were facing COVID-19. In the year 2019, for the sick visit, it is 180 million, then little bit reduced, but then in the year 2021 increased, and now almost back to normal. So what we call it, the new rebound phenomenon. And then healthy visit and hospitalization cases also increasing, except in the year 2021, not yet rebound, but now already rebound. Next slide, please. So, as we know that the utilization always increase. In the year 2021, for example, around 392.8 million utilization. So it means that every day, per calendar day, so the utilization reach more than 1 million. Next slide, please. Yeah, and we develop the participation administrative services, both face-to-face service and non-face-to-face services. And this covered a lot of million, both type of services. For non-face-to-face services, for example, like Chika, which is automatic, speaking machine. Then we have what we call it call center, and we have Pandawa, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are also developing what we call it smart healthcare. Smart healthcare, the function is not only enabler, but also driver as well as accelerator. Meaning that enabler initiate and accelerate digital transformation, business process improvement, and innovation. So many innovation has been developed in the era of digitalization, and we were praised not only in the national level but also in the regional, like in ASEAN. And drive the business to achieve the business goals and delivering new insight and new ways to deliver value. Accelerator, meaning that adopt new accelerating pattern to maintain digital business, to deliver digital products and increase customer experiences. Next slide. So therefore that we can classify it as development of the ecosystem of digital. Ladies and gentlemen, digital ecosystem, as we mentioned, too many things here. I will not mention one by one, but many things. For example, like queuing system. So we have queue system that a person now, a member of JKN program, can queue from their home or from any places. Next slide, please. And of course, this consists of teleconsultation, telemedicine, and for teleconsultation, for example, more than 70 million teleconsultation already done. As I mentioned about online queuing, already implemented in 1,433 secondary cares. It means, in the hospitals. But of course, this is per May 2022, but now already October, must be more. Then information display. We, ask the hospital to be able to have information display, for example, display of surgery, operating schedule, display of how many beds actually already occupied, and so on and so forth. And we are trying to have service simplification on many things, for example, like developing what we call it fee claim, and also drug prescribing iteration, so no need to go to health centers or puskesmas, but can directly, they get a prescription. Then digital validation, so automatic that the claim can be automatic validated using digital. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned about the telemedicine, so our president already attended and checked what our telemedicine is about. And we know that concerning telemedicine, there consists of two things. First, the telemedicine from patient to primary health care. So they can be diagnosed or consultation from home. Then it's also from primary health care when, for example, using ultrasonography or ECG, then it captures in primary health care, then consulted through the specialists in hospitals. Next slide, please. But of course, our challenge is that the connection, especially in the remote area. Ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned about telemedicine or teleconsultation, it is one example in Gunung Sitoli, district. It is far away, maybe near Malaysia and or near Thailand, that the local government working together with health district office, the health centers, using capitation money can buy, for example, like here, the ultrasonography, that they can examine the patient and then can consult to the hospital. Next slide, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, and now we are moving to emphasize the more important of promotion and prevention. Promotion and prevention. Prevention, for example, now we are conducting health screening. And not only, actually we already implemented around 6 screening, but gradually we will improve to be 14 screening. But of course this need new budget and money. Therefore, in the year 2023, we would like to allocate at least 8 trillion rupiah to, finance health screening. And teleconsultation, as we mentioned, online queuing. Next slide, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, information technology innovation for service quality improvement, as we mentioned, we have big data, big data, as I mentioned, now billion data, and this is the important basic to develop artificial intelligence. And also we develop many things like dashboard, JKN, which can be used by local government to see how many of the population already registered, how many of them, use the system or healthcare, then how many of them actually already, successfully contribute, paying the premium. And we can know by using dashboard that the most frequent of diseases, maybe 10 diseases, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, so contribution in treating the COVID-19 pandemic, BPJS Kesehatan have, peak care vaccination program, which can help the Ministry of Health and also other ministry to, for example, like KPCPEN, in the context of integrated data collection in the national vaccine process. As we mentioned that actually by using peak care, Indonesia no need to develop within very short period of time, because they compete with the time frame, with the peak care, then vaccination can be implemented successfully. And of course, we also claim verification of the COVID-19 with, case verified 2.7 million, and the cost is more than 130 trillion rupiah. Next slide, please. So, as we know that Ministry of Health in Indonesia have what they call it health system transformation. This consists of 6 pillars. Pillar number 1, primary care transformation. then secondary care transformation. Number 3, health system resilient transformation. Number 4, health financing transformation, health talent transformation, and health technology transformation. And of course, BPJS Kesehatan is working hand in hand with Ministry of Health. Next slide, please. So, by implementing very well and doing many innovation, BPJS Kesehatan and trying to manage risk and trying to compliance, therefore, we are appreciated by the top business as the most committed GRC leader in the year 2022. Next slide, please. And also with the WO brand, it was based on a survey on 4,000 by Mark Plus Incorporation, and it was placed that BPJS Kesehatan received Gold Champion of Indonesia WO brand 2022, more than for example this one health insurance or insurance life from abroad who have the market in Indonesia, and also other type of health insurance. Next slide, please. And not only that, we are happy and thank to God because BPJS now is recognized not only locally, nationally, regionally, but also globally by ISA. ISA is International Social Security Association based in Geneva, and ISA, competing what they call it Good Practice Award, and fortunately Indonesia got an as the best Good Practice Award in the Asia Pacific. Maybe can we listen this?
Yes, and now the winner can be announced. So I would like once again to congratulate all member institutions who took part in the competition. It was impressive to see the range and scope of the submissions. The one award we have not yet announced is, of course, the overall winner. So, from 168 entries in the jury had to select one that was outstanding and deserved to be awarded as the winner of the competition. So it is my great pleasure to announce the winner of the ISA Good Practice Award for Asia and the Pacific for 2021. The winner is the Social Security Administering Body for Health, BPJS Kesehatan, Indonesia, for its National Health Security Program. I am delighted to have with us the President Director of BPJS Kesehatan, Professor Ali Mukt. So, Professor Ali Mukt, thank you very, very much for being with us today. And first of all, congratulations. It's very hard and it's very difficult to
thank you very much.
So thank you very much.
And the last one, I think, because we would like to, socialize that the JKN program now, as for example, not only like the taste of cassava, but can be the taste of durian. So therefore, the durian meaning that it is like little bit, durian. We call it in Indonesia durian. Then BPJS keren. So we have a song entitled BPJS keren, and it is viral by Farel Proyoko. Can we listen?
Oh
Okay, I think that is all. Thank you very much for your attention in this matter. I think that's all, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Ali Gufron Mukti, for the speech. Maybe we can give big applause to him. And then, before we enter to the next agenda, we would like to say thank you to the Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, International Journal of Public Health Science, Disease Prevention and Public Health Journal, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Epidemiology and Social Health Review Journal, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Jurnal Cakrawala Promkes, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, IKESMA, Jurnal Ilmu Kesehatan, Universitas Negeri Jember, Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Kesehatan Masyarakat Muhammadiyah Indonesia, APT KMMI, that they are the supporter of this international conference. Please give big applause to this organization. So now maybe we will watch every activities that we already conducted in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan by this video. So check this out.
Since 1960, we have been trying to contribute to the nation by developing and optimizing the potential of the people through education. Every year, more than 7,000 new students from within the country and abroad enroll in UAD. With innovation, technology, and creativity that are based on intellectual and moral integrity, perfected by Islamic values, we create a comfortable and stimulating learning atmosphere. The public trust in us is proven by the increasing number of new students from year to year. Currently, there are more than 26,000 active students from various regions of the country. Our continuous internationalization efforts are shown with the distribution of foreign students at our university from various countries. The high-achieving climate developed at the campus supports our chosen students to compete in various competitions, both at national and international levels. We equip students with the required experience to participate in various international cooperation programs through joint degree, double degree, short course, summer camp, and competition programs at international level. As a Muhammadiyah higher education institution, we make Al-Islam and Kemuhammadiyahan as the foundation for our campus life. Fun learning with various activities are promoted to develop the potentials and interests of the students. The students' organizations and 3 Muhammadiyah autonomic organizations that we offer are the best choice for students to channel their interest and potentials, both in academic and non-academic activities. With the increasingly fast technological advances, we improve the quality of our internet connection for comfortable online learning through e-learning, as well as for various payment and tuition transactions. We have a smart room that can integrate all campus management information system that is displayed on executive dashboard system, making it convenient for immediate decision making and providing fast and optimum services for lecturers, educational staff, students, and their guardians. Besides, we can also carry out social media analysis, teleconference, or online meeting. With more than 750 competent educators with the best qualification in their fields. Since 2017, we have been accredited A by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education. Besides, we also managed to record a variety of notable achievements. We are working to provide quality education with the best learning system for our students. Now, we have 11 faculties and 52 study programs for both undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Adequate facilities, friendly services, professional educators are our focus. Comfortable classrooms, integrated laboratories, amphitheater with 3D facilities and smart presentation, observatory, as well as libraries with complete collection are utilized to support students' learning activities. Education, research, and community service are the main objective for higher education. In terms of research, we are trying to create a conducive research climate. We are also working to encourage lecturers to continue improving their research to produce a variety of innovations that are aimed to benefit the society through appropriate and efficient technology. Our target in scientific publication in the form of books, publication in accredited national journals or reputable international journals continues to experience a significant increase. With 78 journals in various fields of science, 33 Sinta accredited journals, 3 of which are Scopus Index, UAD is the first and only Muhammadiyah higher education institution with 3 reputable international Scopus Index journals. Moreover, UAD also records an achievement in the field of community service by getting recognition and transforming from very satisfactory cluster to a superior cluster. We built a strong network with various institutions, organizations, and universities proven with various track records in national and international cooperations. The cooperations established promote activities in the fields of education, research and community service with seminars, workshop, publications, and various other programs. We are forging multi-year cooperation with the European Union Erasmus Plus through the capacity building for higher education program in the development of entrepreneurship and disaster management. Alumni are valuable assets for a university. For that, we are continuously improving the quality of our graduates. To know the competency of our graduates as workers, we conduct a tracer study by maximizing the participation of alumni through Kamada, Alumni Associations of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. For the development of science-based business economy, we have a number of business units: PT Adi Multi Energi, PT Adi Multi Kalibrasi, PT BPRS Karanakiat Andalas, PT Adi Multi Husada, PT Adi Multi Teknologi, PT Adi Multi Property, PT Adi Multi Boga, and PT Adi Multimedia. Since 1960, we have been trying to contribute to the nation by developing and optimizing the potential of the people through education. Every year, more than 7,000 new students from within the country and abroad enroll in UAD. With innovation, technology, and creativity that are based on intellectual and moral integrity, perfected by Islamic values, we create a comfortable and stimulating learning atmosphere. The public trust in us is proven by the increasing number of new students from year to year. Currently, there are more than 26,000 active students from various regions of the country. Our continuous internationalization efforts are shown with the distribution of foreign students at our university from various countries. The high-achieving climate developed at the campus supports our chosen students to compete in various competitions, both at national and international levels. We equip students with the required experience to participate in various international cooperation programs through joint degree, double degree, short course, summer camp, and competition programs at international level. As a Muhammadiyah higher education institution, we make All Islam and Kemuhammadiyahan as the foundation for our campus life. Fun learning with various activities are promoted to develop the potentials and interests of the students. The students' organizations and 3 Muhammadiyah autonomic organizations that we offer are the best choice for students to channel their interest and potentials, both in academic and non-academic activities. With the increasingly fast technological advances, we improve the quality of our internet connection for comfortable online learning through e-learning, as well as for various payment and tuition transactions. We have a smart room that can integrate all campus management information system that is displayed on executive dashboard system, making it convenient for immediate decision making and providing fast and optimum services for lecturers, educational staff, students, and their guardians. Besides, we can also carry out social media analysis, teleconference, or online meeting. With more than 750 competent educators with the best qualification in their fields. Since 2017, we have been accredited A by the National Accreditation Board for Higher Education. Besides, we also managed to record a variety of notable achievements. We are working to provide quality education with the best learning system for our students.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for waiting for a while. So next, we can continue our agenda. That is the first session of the plenary. So we will discuss about the best practice of epidemiology surveillance system in Yogyakarta province. This topic will be delivered by Mrs. Setyarini Hestu Lestari, Sarjana Kesehatan Masyarakat, Magister Kesehatan. And then in this session, Assistant Professor Muhammad Samsu Hidayat, Sarjana Ekonomi, Master Science PhD, would be the moderator. So before we start, I will introduce our moderator today. He is the Kepala Program Studi of Public Health Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, and he has many research on health economic. And then I also will remind you that we have some souvenirs for chosen participant that maybe you are give many question or something. So don't forget to give your question, ideas, or any others to share with us. Now this session will be led by our moderator, and I hand over the session to the moderator. So now, Mr. Samsu, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Bu Ratu, and thank you also for that kind introduction. I will lead this session, the first session, and the first speaker is Ibu Setyarini Hestu Lestari, Sarjana Kesehatan Masyarakat, Magister Kesehatan. She is currently the head of Disease Control and Eradication Division from the Provincial Health Office in Yogyakarta. I'd also like to read her CV, her working experience. So she has wide experience working as head of health and calibration laboratorium in Jogja. She also previously the head of the disease eradication section in the provincial health office, and also the head of health and referral services section in provincial health office in Yogyakarta. And for this session, she's going to discuss on the best practice of epidemiology surveillance system in the special region of Yogyakarta. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mrs. Satyarini Hasulastari to give her her talk. Please. You're welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you. Silakan, Bu.
Ya, matur nuwun Bapak Ibu semuanya, matur nuwun Pak Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izinkan kami memakai bahasa Indonesia. Mohon maaf ini, dan saya juga mohon maaf pagi ini mewakili Ibu Kepala Dinas Kesehatan DIY, Dr. Gigi Pembayun Setyaning Astuti, yang saat ini juga bersamaan ada kegiatan yang tidak bisa ditinggalkan di salah satu kegiatan besar di DI ini kebetulan, sehingga mewakilkan pada diri saya. Baik, tadi sudah disampaikan, kami akan menyampaikan bagaimana best practice untuk surveillance epidemiologi di DIY yang sudah kita lakukan. Yang mana nanti kami akan menyampaikan ada outline-nya dari definisi dan fungsi. Saya kira ini tentunya para pirsawan juga sudah banyak yang paham, dan kemudian bagaimana implementasinya untuk di DIY, tantangan dan rekomendasi. Bisa dibantu share screen-nya anunya ya, ini saya kira langsung saja mungkin ke outline, dan ya saya kira ini nanti outline-nya ya Bapak Ibu. Saya akan menyampaikan 4 hal ini, bisa dilanjut saja. Oke. Jadi mungkin hanya mengingatkan saja bahwa surveillance, definisi dari surveillance ini kita sudah memakai peraturan Menteri Kesehatan, keputusan Menteri Kesehatan nomor 45 tahun 2014, di mana di bab 1 pasal 1.1 dituangkan bahwa surveillance kesehatan adalah suatu kegiatan pengamatan yang sistematis dan terus-menerus terhadap suatu data dan atau tentang kejadian penyakit atau masalah kesehatan yang dipengaruhi terjadinya peningkatan dari berbagai penyakit atau masalah kesehatan, untuk memperoleh dan memberikan informasi guna mengarahkan untuk pengendalian dan penanggulangan, sehingga kita bisa melakukan tindakan yang secara efektif dan efisien untuk penanggulangan dan pencegahannya. Bisa mungkin di slide berikutnya. Nah, untuk melakukan ini tentunya kita mempunyai pedoman ya, bahwa kita menggunakan ketetapan internasional atau IHR, di mana di situ sudah tertuang bahwa ada kegiatan surveillance pelaporan, kemudian notifikasi, verifikasi, kemudian juga respons serta kolaborasi dalam kesiapsiagaan dalam ancaman. Ya. Dan tentunya ini bisa dilakukan selama kita juga melakukan deteksi untuk pencegahan dan juga responnya ya. To detect, to prevent, dan to respond, mestinya ini harus kita lakukan. Oke, bisa dilanjut di slide berikutnya. Ya, ini kemudian kita mengingat bahwa surveillance ini merupakan suatu proses dari pengumpulan data, pengolahan, kemudian analisis dan interpretasi data, kemudian diseminasi informasi dan menjadi suatu rekomendasi. Sehingga ini sebetulnya hal yang harusnya melekat di semua program. Sehingga ketika program itu melakukan proses surveillance ini, otomatis nanti kita akan melakukan analisa datanya dan kemudian bisa memberikan suatu informasi dan memberikan rekomendasi. Nah, hal ini yang kemudian tentunya tidak hanya menjadi ketugasannya di satu seksi atau satu bidang begitu ya, tetapi semua program itu harus melakukan sistem surveillance ini. Next mungkin. Ya. Kemudian bagaimana implementasinya untuk di DIY sendiri? Jadi di DIY ini kami mendukung komitmen global untuk eradikasi polio. Kemudian kita juga akan menuju eliminasi campak dan rubella maupun program yang lainnya eliminasi malaria. Ini juga baru saja selesai DIY ini 5 kabupaten kota ya, terakhir itu adalah Kulon Progo menyelesaikan eliminasi malarianya. Dan dalam waktu dekat ini mohon doanya Bapak Ibu, mohon dukungannya, kita juga akan menuju eliminasi untuk tingkat provinsi. Nah tentunya ini menjadi hal yang strategis ketika di suatu perguruan tinggi yang notabene mungkin merupakan miniatur kecil dari suatu penduduk gitu ya, penduduk Indonesia ini mungkin miniatur terkecil ada di DIY gitu ya, ada di Jogja yang mana banyak perguruan tinggi yang diikuti oleh peserta didiknya dari seluruh penjuru Indonesia gitu ya. Sehingga ini menjadi hal yang sangat penting. Kami mohon dibantu mungkin untuk para mahasiswa yang berasal dari daerah endemis, mestinya ini universitas juga akan membantu kami untuk melakukan screening terhadap malaria ini, maupun screening-screening yang lain gitu ya. Karena kami juga membutuhkan untuk screening tuberkulosis, mungkin screening HIV, ini kami mohon bantuannya dari pihak perguruan tinggi. Dan kemudian kami juga ingin membantu dalam implementasi ini untuk reduksi difteri dan pertusis. Serta dalam waktu dekat ini atau sudah berlangsung ya, pandemi COVID ini kan masih berlangsung. Ini juga sudah kami lakukan untuk mendukung kegiatan ini. Adapun untuk implementasi yang lain, kami mempunyai suatu aplikasi sistem kewaspadaan dini dan respon atau SKDR. Nah ini kami sudah menggunakan aplikasi dan aplikasi ini sebetulnya sudah dipunyai oleh seluruh pasienkes di DIY. Tetapi untuk rumah sakit, ini kami hanya mempunyai rumah sakit pemerintah, TNI Polri dan juga rumah sakit yang besar. Ini kami belum merambah untuk rumah sakit yang kecil-kecil. Nah, ini juga terkait dengan adanya baru saat ini marak dengan gangguan ginjal akut ya, di mana rumah sakit harus melaporkan. Pada waktu itu kita memakai sistem SKDR-nya ya dengan Google Form pada waktu itu. Namun berjalannya waktu ini juga ada perkembangan. Kita sudah dibantu oleh Dirjen Yankes menggunakan SIRS online. Ini pencatatan pelaporan ini menjadi hal yang kemudian sangat dibutuhkan. Kemudian kita juga mempunyai surveillance terpadu penyakit. Nah, kita juga mengenal dengan New All Record NAR untuk COVID ini ya. Jadi kita menggunakan NAR ini untuk pengirim sampel gitu ya, atau pemeriksa sampel ini menggunakan NAR. Jadi aplikasi ini sudah menjadi satu aplikasi satu kesatuan ya di dalam Peduli Lindungi sehingga bisa kita akses. Dan kemudian implementasi yang lain kita melakukan ketika ada outbreak ya, kita melakukan untuk penyelidikan dan penanggulangan KLB. Ya, next. Kemudian terkait dengan penguatan surveillance di Jogja sendiri di DIY ya, kita mempunyai sebetulnya petugas surveillance itu dari tingkat paling bawah, dari puskesmas, kemudian rumah sakit, kabupaten kota, dan kemudian di tingkat provinsi. Walaupun dengan keterbatasan begitu ya, tetapi petugas surveillance ini kita punyai. Dan di setiap puskesmas kami mempunyai, dan dinas kesehatan ini kami mempunyai tim gerak cepatnya. Ya. Jadi nanti kalau terjadi suatu outbreak, biasanya teman-teman yang mana yang paling dekat itu akan melakukan tindakannya untuk penanggulangan KLB ini. Dan kemudian perlu kami sampaikan, ini mungkin satu-satunya yang ada di DIY, yaitu di wilayah Kota Yogyakarta, itu mempunyai petugas surveillance kelurahan. Nah ini yang belum dipunyai oleh kabupaten yang lain ya. Ya mungkin dengan keterbatasan yang ada ini yang kemudian akan membantu petugas surveillance di kelurahan ini, karena wilayahnya wilayah kelurahan, dia akan bertanggung jawab atas kesehatan di wilayah tersebut. Kalau terjadi peningkatan kasus, ya otomatis dari laporan surveillance kelurahan ini yang kemudian bisa membantu kami untuk melakukan penyelidikan epidemiologinya. Di samping itu, kita juga sudah melakukan pelatihan tim gerak cepat penanggulangan KLB di Puskesmas, ya. Ini sudah kita laksanakan sejak tahun 2021 dan 2022 ini masih berlangsung, ya. Sudah ada 13 angkatan. Kemudian kita juga melakukan pelatihan penanggulangan KLB dengan pendekatan konsep One Health. Ini juga kami dibantu oleh teman-teman dari UGM, kemudian juga lintas sektor yang lain. Nah, kemudian untuk keterpaduan kegiatan dengan lintas sektor ini juga terlihat sekali, ya, ketika adanya marak dengan penanggulangan KLB karena zoonosis. Jadi ini sudah berlangsung cukup lama, ya. Pada waktu itu adanya KLB AI, ya, di avian influenza sekitar tahun 2027-2028 itu terjadi KLB di DIY, ya. Dan ini kita sudah bekerja sama dengan baik dengan teman kami di Dinas Pertanian dan Peternakan. Karena kan kami memperoleh dampak dari manusianya, ya, dampaknya manusia itu ada di kami. Tetapi kemudian sumber penularannya ada di teman-teman pertanian. Ini kalau kita tidak saling bersinergis, tentunya kita akan tidak bisa menuntaskan adanya KLB tersebut. Oke, next. Ya. Kemudian yang saat ini mungkin baru kita hadapi, ya, terkait dengan pandemi COVID saat ini, ya, kita sudah melakukan 3T, ya, dari testing, tracing, testing, dan treatment di COVID ini, di mana kita melakukan case detection-nya dari suspek, ya, kemudian probable dan confirm. Di mana di suspek ini, ya, kita mencari adanya kasus-kasus dengan gejala ILI, ISPA, dan juga gejala di saluran pernafasan lainnya. Kemudian yang probable, yang meninggal dengan gejala COVID berat, ya, tetapi belum tegak diagnosa di COVID, kami juga mengambil swabnya orang-orang yang sudah meninggal, ya, kami juga ambil swabnya. Untuk yang konfirmasi tentunya ini sudah dengan hasil tes yang positif, PCR-nya maupun antigennya, dan kemudian kita melakukan untuk pencarian kontak eratnya, ya, dengan mengambil swab oleh kontak erat itu. Tentunya testing ini di samping untuk kontak erat, kami juga melakukan orang yang mempunyai riwayat perjalanan, kemudian mungkin adanya orang yang sudah konfirmasi di karantina dan lain sebagainya. Nah, best practice-nya kami bisa membuat laporan harian kasus, ya. Nah, dengan beberapa tenaga kami selalu mengupdate data di DIY ini. Jadi data COVID ini selalu terupdate, ya, setiap harinya, karena kami biasanya memperoleh laporan dari teman-teman sekitar jam 4 itu sudah ada data yang bisa kita tarik dari pusat, karena data COVID ini di pusat ditutup di jam 12 sehingga kami bisa mengolah lebih lanjut. Kemudian juga mengintegrasikan pelaporan dalam aplikasi STP, ya, surveillance terpadu penyakit, dan kemudian kita mengembangkan 5 laboratorium rujukan COVID, ya. Kami di DIY ini sebetulnya tadinya mempunyai 6 laboratorium, ya, dari BLKK DIY, jadi Balai Laboratorium Kesehatan dan Kalibrasi DIY. Ini kepunyaannya Dinas Kesehatan, salah satu UPT di Dinas Kesehatan. Kemudian BBTKLPP ini kepemilikannya adalah UPT-nya Kementerian Kesehatan. Kemudian RSUP Sarsito, kemudian RSPAU Harjo Lupito, dan lab mikrobiologi. Nah, yang tadi saya aturkan, sebetulnya di awal kita sudah juga bergabung dari BVET, Balai Veteriner di Wates, karena kemudian ada kasus marak PMK beliau lab ini mengundurkan diri untuk tidak periksa COVID, sehingga yang tadinya ada 6 lab rujukan, ini hanya tinggal lab rujukan. Dan tentunya best practice yang lainnya kita juga melakukan screening surveillance untuk pembelajaran tatap muka sekolah ya. Jadi kasus COVID ini kan belum berakhir ya, masih ada, dan kemudian pernah terjadi di sekitar bulan Agustus dimulainya pembelajaran ya. Agustus September itu ada klaster di sekolah ya, karena ternyata prokes juga belum dimaksimalkan. Nah ini kemudian screening untuk pembelajaran tatap muka ini kita lakukan secara beratur ya, di tingkat bawah, di tingkat puskesmas maupun di kabupaten kota. Ini kita bekerja sama tentunya dengan Dinas Pendidikan dan Olahraga, karena beliau yang mempunyai jadwal kapan peserta didiknya bisa dilakukan screening itu ada di sana. Oke, next. Ya, ini beberapa contoh yang bisa kami sampaikan Bapak Ibu, bahwa di saat pemeriksaan kita ada 2.828.302, ini pemeriksaan mungkin kalau ke loncat ya. Ya. Ya, enggak apa-apa, di dulu yang campak dulu enggak apa-apa. Untuk yang campak dulu nggih. Untuk support di campak dan eradikasi di DIY ini tentunya ada untuk eradikasi AFP ya, di mana kasus AFP itu harus ditemukan. Ke depan lagi. Saya minta ke depan lagi ya. Nah ini, lagi. Ya. Oke, satu. Sudah measles rubella. Sedap, Mbak. Mungkin kembali kepada kurva dulu aja. Saya kira kepada kurva setelah COVID ya, di slide 9. Slide 9 dulu aja. Saya tuntaskan dulu slide 9 ya. Jadi ini saya ceritakan dulu bahwa ini terlihat bahwa dengan jumlah orang yang diperiksa kita di 2 jutaan ya, kasus yang diperiksa selama 7 hari terakhir ini kita terperiksa per minggunya sekitar 3,88 ya. Nah, padahal standar WHO menentukan harus terperiksa kurang dari 5% gitu ya. Artinya DIY sudah memenuhi pemeriksaan ini. Slide berikutnya. Oke. Nah, ini terkait dengan eradikasi polio ya di DIY. Jadi kita melakukan yang namanya identifikasi kasus akut flaccid paralysis atau AFP, di mana 1 per 100.000 penduduk dengan anak usia kurang dari 15 tahun ini harus kita temukan. Kemudian harus melaporkan secara berjenjang hingga ke tingkat pusat dan juga melakukan pengambilan feses untuk pemeriksaan laboratoriumnya, serta melakukan tracing kasus tambahan di wilayah riwayat bepergian dan juga status imunisasinya. Nah ini best practice-nya yang perlu kami sampaikan, bahwa komitmen dari pelayanan, yaitu rumah sakit maupun puskesmas, itu harus menemukan minimal 1 kasus. Sehingga mereka akan mencari sehingga bisa diketemukan kasus-kasus tersebut. Kemudian kita juga membentuk tim surveillance PD3I atau penyakit yang dapat dicegah dengan imunisasi di setiap rumah sakit. Kemudian kita melakukan surveillance aktif di setiap rumah sakit ya, dan juga puskesmas, serta mengembangkan aplikasi SIS PD3I. Ini yang kami lakukan. Ya, lanjut. Nah, ini mungkin bisa kita lihat datanya dari AFP itu ya, Bapak Ibu. Kita kalau melihat grafik di sisi kiri AFP case yang ditemukan pada tahun 2021 maupun 2022 ini terjadi fluktuatif kejadiannya ya, tetapi masih karena teman-teman melakukan surveillance dengan baik, teman-teman masih bisa menemukan. Dan di grafik banyak itu sebelah kanan ini terlihat bahwa DIY bisa mencapai target nasional bersama provinsi-provinsi yang lainnya. Karena masih ada provinsi yang belum kemudian tidak bisa menemukan. Next. Kemudian bagaimana kita dalam mendukung untuk eliminasi campak rubella. Jadi penemuan dan pelaporan suspek campak dan rubella ini kita cari ya, orang dengan gejala demam dan juga ruam ini kita lakukan pencarian screeningnya dengan gejala-gejala ini ya. Kemudian kita juga melakukan tracing kepada semua suspek untuk mencari kasus tambahan dan juga identifikasi kontak erat, melihat cakupan imunisasi di wilayahnya. Samping itu kami juga mengambil spesimen untuk kasus suspek campak, yang mana spesimen ini dikirim ke Balai Laboratorium Kesehatan dan Kalibrasi. Nah, di Balai Laboratorium Kesehatan dan Kalibrasi ini menerima sampel tidak hanya untuk wilayah DIY, tetapi di DIY dan Jawa Tengah. Ya, ini sudah tersertifikasi oleh WHO laboratorium ini. Serta kemudian kami melakukan pemantauan rutin dan kontak erat selama masa inkubasi. Dan best practice-nya ya kami bisa melakukan komitmen penemuan suspek minimal 10 di tiap rumah sakit dan 5 kasus untuk di puskesmas ya. Ini kita menegakkan untuk sensitivitasnya surveillance. Kemudian kita sudah membentuk tim surveillance PD3I di setiap rumah sakit dan surveillance aktif di rumah sakit serta di puskesmas dan mengembangkan aplikasi SIS PD3I. Bisa dilanjut? Yeah. Nah, ini kalau kita lihat saya lanjutkan. Jadi untuk suspek campak pada tahun 2022 diketemukan 393 dengan kasus campaknya ada 30 dan kasus rubellanya kita menemukan 62. Artinya ini juga menjadi kewaspadaan kita bersama ya, karena sebetulnya untuk imunisasi di DIY ini sudah cukup baik ya, tetapi kemudian masih ada kasus campak. Nah ini artinya kita juga harus tahu apakah kemudian gitu ya ada tamu-tamu yang datang di rumah kita gitu ya. Mungkin beliau juga suspek campak, ini juga yang harus kita waspadai. Atau kemudian efikasi imunisasi kita juga masih ada beberapa yang kurang baik gitu ya, ini yang harus kemudian kita selalu mempelajari. Ini kalau untuk targetnya DIY juga sudah mencapai. Next. Ya, ini untuk pelaksanaan SKDR di DIY sendiri. Jadi kita sudah mempunyai aplikasi SKDR tersebut ya, sehingga untuk pelaporan penyakit potensi wabah berbasis web ini dilakukan di seluruh puskesmas dan ini sudah kita lakukan sejak tahun 2009. Kemudian kita sistem yang untuk mendeteksi adanya ancaman indikasi KLB penyakit menular ya, ini juga dilaporkan secara mingguan, ini dapat menampilkan sinyal peringatan dininya. Jadi setiap minggu kami selalu melaporkan hasil SKDR kita, penyakit-penyakit apa sih yang warning gitu ya. Nah ini sumber datanya tadi ya, mingguan ya, pelaporannya berbasis 24 jenis penyakit menular. Dan sinyal peringatan dini ini akan muncul jika terjadi peningkatan kasus melebihi nilai ambang batas yang sudah ditetapkan. Ini gambarannya aplikasi yang kita punya yang sudah dibangun oleh Kementerian Kesehatan. Ya, bisa kita lanjut. Nah, ini mungkin kami sampaikan Bapak Ibu semuanya, kita tadi sudah sampaikan kita membuat suatu sarana diseminasi informasi hasil surveillance sistem kewaspadaan dini ini ya. Kita buat dalam buletin ya, ini dari tingkat kabupaten maupun provinsi ini selalu membuat buletin ini ya, di mana kita bisa mengetahui tren kasus penyakit yang potensial wabah dan kemudian kita harus melakukan apa itu di sini. Ya, ini sebagai peringatan dini untuk kita semua. Ya, bisa kita lanjutkan. Nah, ini kami contohkan saja bahwa di minggu pertama sampai minggu ke-40 ya pada tahun 2022 ini kasus yang banyak itu ini bisa dilihat ya, kecil ya, tapi ya, ini. Dan kemudian kalau kita lihat, bisa diperbesar ya. Dan kalau kita lihat sebetulnya kan harapan kita ketika ada sinyal itu harus segera kita lakukan langkah. Dari 5 kabupaten kota di DIY ini yang kemudian kita belum bisa 100% ya, karena masih ada 1 kabupaten kota sudah punya sinyal tapi belum dilakukan tindakan ya. Ini yang salah satunya adalah di Kabupaten Gunung Kidul. Ini nanti mudah-mudahan ke depan di tahun-tahun yang akan datang, waktu-waktu yang akan datang ini bisa kita tingkatkan. Ya, bisa dilanjut? Yeah. Nah, ini kemudian yang menjadi 5 besar penyakit menular potensi KLB ya. Ini ada diare akut, kemudian influenza like illness ya, ILI, kemudian juga suspek demam tifoid, suspek dengue, dan juga pneumonia. Ini sinyal-sinyal yang bisa kita lakukan analisa dari hasil tadi. Ya, bisa kita lanjutkan. Ini beberapa grafik yang bisa kita tampilkan dari tahun 2020 sampai 2022 terkait dengan ILI ya, yang memang fluktuatif. Kemudian kita juga harus warning ketika angka di tahun 2002 melebihi angka-angka di tahun sebelumnya. Kita lihat ya di grafik sebelah ini ya. Kemudian juga dengue untuk suspek dengue maupun suspek demam tifoid ini fluktuatif, dan ini menjadi sinyal kita ketika di tahun 2022 ini juga ternyata melebihi angka di tahun sebelumnya ya, di 2020-2021 ini angka ini sudah warning ya, jangan-jangan kemarin gangguan ginjal akut ini juga ini warningnya di sini, tapi kita baru tahu gangguan ginjal akut ini pada bulan Oktober ya, jadi kami telat untuk melakukan untuk tahu tentang hal ini. Oke. Bisa dilanjut ya. Oke. Kemudian kita juga yang tadi sudah kami sampaikan ada surveillance terpadu penyakit di DIY ya, di mana kita sudah mengimplementasikan Permenkes 1479 di tahun 2003. Kita juga melaporkan, pelaporan dikembangkan dengan menggunakan aplikasi ESTP, menggunakan domainnya websitenya Pemda DIY, kemudian dilaksanakan oleh semua puskesmas dan rumah sakit, dan sebagai basis datanya ini ada permintaan data dari lintas sektor. Biasanya ketika ada permintaan, kita akan menyampaikan. Ya, bisa kita lanjut. Nah, ini kalau kita lihat dari 10 besar penyakit STP ini yang masih mendominasi adalah penyakit-penyakit DM, penyakit-penyakit tidak menular ya, DM maupun hipertensi. Ya. Nah, bisa dilanjut 10 besar STP rumah sakit ya. Ini kalau di rumah sakit demikian ya, yang bisa kita lihat 10 besar penyakitnya dari laporan rumah sakit ini juga sama di rumah sakit maupun dari puskesmas masih didominasi oleh penyakit-penyakit tidak menular ya, seperti hipertensi, DM, kemudian ginjal kronik, PPOK, dan jantung koroner. Ini di tahun 2021 maupun 2022. Dan di rawat jalan pun juga ini hampir sama ya, penyakit-penyakitnya ya. Mungkin bisa kita lihat, tapi di di rawat jalannya ini STP dari rumah sakit ini terlihat bahwa angka diare yang tinggi. Ya. Kemudian ini ada data ya untuk penyakit berdasarkan STP rumah sakit dari rawat jalan pada tahun 2021 dan 2022. Ya. Di atasnya, Mbak. Kembali dulu. Kembali dulu. Ya. Ini juga terlihat 10 besar penyakitnya ya, yang di ranah ini masih penyakit-penyakit tidak menular. Namun di rawat jalan ini ada pneumonia, diare, dan juga dengue. Ya, next. Nah, ini untuk distribusi KLB pada tahun 2022 ya, sampai dengan bulan Juli, ini terlihat bahwa KLB yang tertinggi di DIY ini adalah keracunan makanan. Kemudian diikuti kasus leptospirosis dan KLB seperti pertussis, rubella, antraks, HMFD, kemudian skabies, konjungtivitis, filariasis ini ya ada walaupun tidak sebanyak keracunan makanan maupun leptospirosis. Ya, bisa dilanjut. Nah, ini mungkin kami contohkan, ini beberapa penanganan kasus kemarin terjadinya outbreak pertussis di Kabupaten Sleman, di mana ada salah satu bayi balita yang kita temukan, dan ternyata setelah kita lakukan pemetaan dengan mencoba menggambarkan ya, kita selalu menggambarkan dengan peta transmisi dengan membuat pohon gitu ya, dengan membuat pohon. Ini ternyata bisa kita ketemukan kasus-kasus tambahannya ya. Dan ini yang biasa dilakukan oleh teman-teman kita ketika melakukan investigasi di lapangan, mereka selalu mencari tambahan kasusnya kemana saja. Nah, ini yang dilakukan. Ya, ini kemarin outbreak ya terakhir kami tangani. Berikutnya, nah bagaimana kemudian tantangan penyelenggaraan surveillance di DIY. Jadi tadi saya sampaikan bahwa jumlah tenaga di surveillance sebenarnya kan itu ada di setiap jenjang, baik di tingkat dinas kesehatan, puskesmas maupun rumah sakit. Nah, ini kemudian akan menjadi kendala kita bersama ketika nanti ASN-nya juga tidak akan ada tambahan ASN. Kemudian kita akan menarik tenaga THL, kami juga tidak mampu gitu ya, atau tidak diizinkan. Nah, ini kemudian akan menjadi tantangan tersendiri bagi kita semua. Oleh karena itu sebetulnya kalau kemudian tenaga surveillance itu melekat pada semua program, ini sedikit meringankan beban kami yang ada di bidang P2P ya. Tapi sementara ini belum maksimal ya surveillance di program ini, sehingga ya kami harus membackup untuk surveillance program. Kemudian kecepatnya pergantian petugas, terutama tenaga teknis atau tenaga bantu di puskesmas. Ini juga sangat berpengaruh nanti dengan kinerja kita. Kemudian kompetensi petugas di lapangan dalam 3T. Mungkin kalau kompetensinya mungkin saat ini 3T-nya sudah sangat-sangat lumayan ya, sangat-sangat baik dengan adanya pembelajaran kasus pandemi COVID ini, sehingga kami itu sebenarnya sudah luar biasa teman-teman kami di layanan. Namun demikian kesiapannya adalah masyarakat yang sudah tidak mau dites gitu ya. Ketika di tracing nggak mau lagi dites, ketahuan hasil nanti. Nah, kemudian juga kemampuan petugas dalam menganalisis dan menginterpretasi data ini juga menjadi tantangan tersendiri. Nah, kami berharap nantinya kurikulum pendidikan dalam mencetak tenaga epidemiologi di institusi pendidikan juga bisa ditingkatkan, dan tentunya mutu dan kualitas lulusan sarjana kesehatan masyarakat dengan minat epidemiologi ini bisa kita tingkatkan. Baik, selanjutnya rekomendasi yang mungkin kami akan sampaikan gitu ya. Kami berharap nantinya bisa dapat bantuan dari Bapak Ibu semuanya, utamanya dari akademisi, sosialisasi dan advokasi pada pimpinan daerah dan instansi kesehatan untuk memperkuat pelaksanaan surveillance di setiap program kesehatan. Ini kami juga mohon berharap dapat dukungannya. Ya. Kemudian kita juga mencukupi kebutuhan tenaga surveillance epidemiologi di setiap level. Ya, ini tentunya juga dari hasil analisa kebutuhan pegawai, kemudian penyediaan anggaran. Nah, sekarang kalau kemudian anggarannya tidak ada, ini yang menjadi dampak dari tenaganya ya tidak dipenuhi kan begitu ya. Analisanya sudah kita lakukan, tetapi kemudian anggarannya tidak tersedia untuk membayar gajinya dan lain sebagainya. Ini menjadi tantangan. Sehingga ini harus dibantu seyogianya oleh seluruh jajaran ya, sehingga kami bisa memenuhi dari analisa kebutuhan kepegawaiannya. Dan tentunya peningkatan kompetensi tenaga surveillance epidemiologi di lapangan dengan pelatihan, kemudian penyegaran atau peningkatan kapasitas, dan juga pendidikan lanjutan. Jadi saya kira ini sudah kami juga sudah menyekolahkan, gitu ya, sudah kita latihkan gitu dengan keterbatasan anggaran yang ada, tetapi kami tetap berkomitmen untuk tetap meningkatkan. Kemudian berkoordinasi dengan institusi pendidikan dan organisasi profesi seperti PAEI, IAKMI ya, tentunya untuk dapat menyeragamkan kurikulum pendidikan serta standar kompetensi minimal yang harus diperoleh pada setiap lulusan. Kami sangat berharap banyak. Monggo kalau kemudian teman-teman adik-adik mahasiswa ini mau magang gitu ya, kami sangat bersedia sekali menjadi tempat magang ya, karena di tempat magang ini di samping menguntungkan kami dengan keterbatasan tenaga, tapi juga akan menguntungkan pihak peserta didik gitu ya untuk bisa mengimplementasikan. Itu Bapak Ibu yang bisa kami sampaikan, lebih dan kurangnya kami mohon maaf. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Akhirul kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waktu saya kembalikan kepada moderator.
Terima kasih Bu Rini atas pemaparan yang sangat menarik tadi. Perkenankan saya sedikit memberikan atau meringkas, terutama untuk peserta dari luar. I would like to summarize the Ibu Rini's presentation. Yes, so surveillance process consists of several activities, from data collection, processing, analysis, and interpretation, information dissemination, and recommendation. So it's an active act. It's not only data collection, but also how the data is used by processing it and analyzing it, and also giving recommendation, and that's one of the most important thing. And in the provincial health office in Yogyakarta, they already implement several activities relating to surveillance process, like outbreak investigation and also early warning system and response. They already developed an application for that, and also integrated disease surveillance and screening. So they have routine or regular activities, and also incidental to prevent outbreaks. And they already have human resources, surveillance officer or personnel in sub-district and also in an administration. We call it Kalurahan in here in Yogyakarta, especially in the municipality of Yogyakarta. So it's a village level, but in the municipality. So each of these personnel and officer, they're integrated and work together with the provincial health office. But they also have challenges, and one of the one of the cliche challenges is about the human resource and also the quality of the competent of the health surveillance personnel. So they would like to work and collaborate with the university to develop a curriculum and also to make sure that the alumni of the university meet the market or the need from the health office. So for the next activities, we would like to invite anyone, participants, to, if they have any question, kami undang Bapak Ibu peserta untuk bertanya pada sesi ini before we move to the next session. Apakah ada yang akan bertanya? Silahkan. You can click raise hand and then please mention your name and where you come from, and then you can mention your questions. Kalau tidak ada, saya yang bertanya.
There is a question from there is Baik Ananda Putri.
Oh,
She's
silahkan.
already.
Yeah, please, because I cannot see it from here.
Assalamualaikum. Izin bertanya, sebelumnya perkenalkan, nama saya Bayi Ananda Putri dari FKM UAD Angkatan 19, Peminatan Manajemen Rumah Sakit. Izin bertanya Bapak dan Ibu, bagaimana alur koordinasi data Dinas Kesehatan Provinsi dan Faskes dalam kegiatan surveillance pandemi? Baik, itu aja yang saya mau tanyakan Bapak dan Ibu. Terima kasih sebelumnya.
Dari mana, Dek? Oh, dari FKM. Ya, terima kasih. Silakan Bu Rini.
J. Baik, terima kasih pada Mbak Baik Ananda. Jadi kalau untuk kegiatan selama pandemi ini memang kita sudah belajar banyak ya dari pandemi COVID yang sudah berlangsung cukup lama ini. Jadi kalau pelaporan, mereka biasanya langsung membuat untuk sampelnya, mereka ketika mengirim sampel otomatis mereka akan mengisi dengan NAR. Tetapi ketika melakukan kontak tracing ya ke lapangannya, di lapangannya, data-data di lapangan, mereka akan mencari data dan kemudian data tersebut akan disampaikan secara berjenjang ke puskesmas, dari puskesmas ke kabupaten dan kabupaten ke provinsi. Namun untuk spesimen sebetulnya ini bisa kita tarik langsung karena sudah menggunakan aplikasi NAR tadi, di mana setiap Fasyankes yang mengirim sampel COVID itu akan langsung di-entry dalam NAR, gitu ya. Nah ini otomatis akan akan terisi dan nanti pihak laboratorium yang memeriksa dia akan mengisi hasil sampelnya, hasilnya positif atau CT value-nya berapa itu akan terisi oleh laboratorium tersebut dan otomatis secara kalau sudah selesai maka puskesmas itu bisa melihat dari hasil laboratoriumnya sehingga sebetulnya dengan aplikasi NAR yang sudah dibangun oleh Kementerian Kesehatan ini akan membantu mempercepat untuk tracing di lapangannya. Okay. Nah, ini yang sudah berlaku tetapi untuk penyakit-penyakit yang lainnya ini ya kemudian aplikasi terhubung dengan laboratorium ini yang belum kita punyai ya. Nanti mungkin berjalannya waktu kami mungkin nanti minta bantuan dari para akademisi ini, biasanya akademisi ini punya ide cemerlang dan bisa kemudian membantu aplikasi-aplikasi itu. Itu demikian Mbak Ananda, Mbak Baik Ananda Putri. Ngaten Pak.
Ji, gimana Mbak Baik? Sudah cukup jelas ya? Oke, sekalian menyambung Bu Rini terkait dengan tadi pertanyaan dari Mbak Baik. Ini kan kalau kita tadi disampaikan terkait dengan proses surveillance itu ya, itu ada selain data collection, kemudian processing, analisis, terus kemudian analisis dan lain sebagainya seperti itu. Saya bayangkan karena kondisi, maksudnya penduduknya cukup besar, kemudian proses untuk data collection sendiri pasti memakan waktu, kemudian untuk bisa dianalisis dan seterusnya itu sampai kemudian nanti keluar rekomendasi tentu sangat sangat banyak yang harus dilakukan. Nah, ini biasanya seperti apa Bu? Nanti yang sampai rekomendasi atau itu tadi seperti yang Ibu sampaikan dilihat dari sinyal-sinyal yang cukup besar seperti itu jumlahnya, baru kemudian nanti itu ditindaklanjuti atau terus pun tinggi.
Matur nuwun. Jadi kalau dari sinyal-sinyal itu biasanya mereka langsung menindaklanjuti. Tapi seandainya memang ada hasil dari laboratorium ini yang kemudian memudahkan sebetulnya Pak. Kalau dari hasil laboratorium itu kita akan sangat mudah kemudian melakukan tracing, karena tracing di lapangan juga tidak mudah ya. Ini harus ada seninya, kita itu belajar itu harus ada seninya. Tidak semudah itu masyarakat kemudian mau menerima ketika teman-teman kami datang di lapangan, kemudian mau melakukan tracing itu tidak serta-merta. Mungkin kasus terakhir yang tadi saya gambarkan tadi, itu butuh waktu, berminggu-minggu bahkan, untuk bisa kemudian kami melakukan tracing. Nah tentunya kalau kemudian ada aplikasi-aplikasi yang saya sampaikan tadi, aplikasinya terkait dengan hasil lab aja itu akan membantu sebenarnya Pak. Tetapi ya sementara ini kami tidak mempunyai itu, ya kami hanya dari sinyal itu kita mencari tahu apakah memang kemudian di lapangan ada kasus, ada perkembangan kasus. Nah ini yang kita kemudian mencari tambahan kalau memang kemudian ada kasus-kasus tersebut.
Jadi tadi yang mingguan tadi sebatas data ya Bu ya.
Kalau mingguan itu sebetulnya ini kita sampaikan kepada halayak gitu ya. Biasanya memang di website kami itu ada di Dinas Kesehatan itu kami selalu muncul itu. Dan kemudian di kabupaten kota itu kan juga melakukan analisa. Jadi ketika sudah ada warning di dalam sinyal tersebut, mestinya harus segera ditindaklanjuti. Nah ini yang saya sedikit agak kecolongan ya istilahnya ya Pak ya, dengan gagal ginjal gangguan ginjal akut kemarin ya, ternyata di harinya juga tinggi gitu ya. Ini kami nggak menyangka sampai di situ gitu ya. Bahkan laporannya kami dapatnya dari Kementerian Kesehatan dulu ke kami, baru kami melakukan PE kan gitu. Agak telat kalau saya bilang, ini agak telat dan memang hal yang baru mungkin ya Pak ya. Ini yang harus kita belajar tuh di sini.
Izin itu biasanya kemudian nanti ditindaklanjuti dilaporkan ke siapa Bu? Ke Kadinkes, terus kemudian ke ke pusat atau
laporan tetap ke Kadinkes, kemudian Kadinkes kabupaten akan melaporkan ke provinsi dan kita biasanya bersama-sama. Walaupun itu kan secara resmi ya, secara tidak resminya kita mesti udah calling-callingan kalau udah kayak gitu Pak. Ada kontak-kontakan, kita turun bersama gitu.
Biar cepat gitu.
Sehingga kecepatan untuk melakukan PE ini biasanya teman-teman sudah luar biasa Pak. Kayak kemarin yang terakhir ini saya melakukan ini PE-nya bukan PE kontak erat loh ya, ini PE-nya PE obat itu sudah luar biasa teman-teman. Sampai pasien harus ke beberapa rumah sakit ya, mereka konsekuensinya PE-nya ke rumah sakit sampai 7 rumah sakit dilakukan.
Matunun, I would like to summarize what we've discussed for our foreign participants. One of the participants asked about the process, the mechanism, the procedure on a surveillance system, and I also asked about that, because there are lots of data that need to be collected, and with few personnel, few human resources, it's a challenge. And also one of the problem is that the health office, the provincial health office, has no lab to check on this, to recheck on this. So they rely on partner laboratorium partner from partner organizations. So it impede the process. Therefore, that's one of the problem, one of the challenges. Even though they have the data, but if they cannot cross-check it or back up it with the test from the laboratorium, so it's not going to be easy to convince the public as well as the government to process it further into a recommendation. Begitu, Bapak Ibu yang
Assumption.
J.
We still have one more question.
One more question, but we okay. One more question, but very fast. Okay, silahkan. We only have 1 minute.
Ibu Riani.
Ibu Riani, silahkan Bu Riani.
Okay, thank you. I will ask for Mrs. Setiorini, but I'm sorry, maybe I will ask in Indonesia language. Mohon maaf Ibu, tadi mungkin saya tertarik dengan beberapa slide yang Ibu tayangkan tentang terutama slide yang terakhir untuk tantangan surveillance. Tapi tadi Bu menyatakan bahwa salah satu tantangan yang surveillance itu adanya sering terjadi pergantian tugas begitu Bu, dan mungkin itu cukup berat ya Bu ya. Cuma mungkin yang menjadi pertanyaan saya untuk Dinas Kesehatan dengan permasalahan ini kira-kira mengantisipasinya bagaimana ya Bu, supaya kegiatan surveillance tetap dilakukan tetapi petugasnya juga bisa terakomodir begitu. Mungkin itu aja Bu, terima kasih.
Izin langsung ya Pak Moderator.
Monggo Bu, langsung Bu.
Oh baik Bu Riani, Mbak Riani ya. Jadi memang ini tantangan terberat kami dengan adanya dalam waktu dekat ini kan tidak ada pengangkatan ASN ya. Dan kemudian sepertinya THL ini juga tidak dibolehkan oleh Menpan, sehingga ini menjadi tantangan berat kami. Nah, untuk menghadapi hal tersebut ya kita selalu melakukan on the job training gitu ya, untuk kemudian petugas-petugas yang pensiun atau harus tergantikan ya kita harus memakai tenaga yang ada di puskesmas tersebut, kita lakukan on the job training. Nah kalau pas bersamaan kita ada pelatihan tentunya itu akan kita latih. Tetapi kalau kemudian itu tidak ya kita melakukan on the job training pada wilayah bersama-sama dengan teman-teman di kabupaten kota. Nah ini juga saya sudah ketir ini ya, COVID-nya juga belum selesai, nanti tenaga kami THL-nya itu juga akan ditarik karena tidak boleh, ini juga menjadi hal yang sangat berat karena kami harus melaporkan setiap sore gitu ya kepada kementerian, sehingga ini juga menjadi hal yang sangat berat bagi kami. Tapi ya sudah, SDM yang ada kita maksimalkan ya, dan kemudian kita belajar bersama untuk kita ajak mereka untuk belajar menjadi surveillance. Kan sebetulnya di awal saya sudah menyampaikan, sebetulnya surveillance itu harusnya melekat pada semua program. Baik itu program di luar penyakit gitu ya, itu harusnya sudah otomatis melekat. Kalau udah otomatis melekat sebetulnya akan membantu kita. Tapi ini juga tidak semudah itu ya, tidak semudah itu untuk menyamakan frame untuk berpikir bahwa surveillance itu melekat di program. Sementara ini ya kita melakukan on the job training. Ada Mbak Riani?
Oke, Mbak Riani, sampun nggih, sampun cekap. Jadi, terima kasih Bu Rini atas pemaparan dan kemudian diskusinya tadi. Untuk itu kami ucapkan sekali lagi ucapan terima kasih kepada Ibu Riani. Please give your big applause to Ibu Riani for the discussion and the presentation. Untuk selanjutnya, for the next session, we will be held after this. So we conclude this first session with Ibu Riani, and then there will be a next session with the next speaker. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Pak Samsu. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next session, that Faculty of Public Health Universitas Ahmad Dahlan will give certificate appreciation for Ibu Rini and also Pak Samsu. So the committee can help to share the certificate of appreciation for the speakers and also moderator. Okay. Yes, and then the committee will send the file of the certificate by your email by today. Thank you. So, the Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next agenda. That is still in the plenary session 1, but it is in the second topic that we will discuss. It's the also the interesting topic about the drive for universal health coverage that will be delivered by Professor Guy Daly from the Provost of the British University Egypt. And then the session will be led by our moderator. For the second moderator, Mr. Nur Ali Setiadi, Doctor of Public Health. And then I will introduce his profile shortly. He was born on July 22nd in Kudus, Central Java, and now he is the Vice Dean at the Faculty of Health in Muhammadiyah University Surakarta, Indonesia. And also he is the committee member of the Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Kesehatan Masyarakat Muhammadiyah Indonesia, APTKMMI. And then he finished his studies from the Diploma Physiotherapy Muhammadiyah University, and also he finished the bachelor degree at the Diponegoro University in Public Health Faculty. And for the master degree, he finished from the Master of Public Health in Health Informatics and Mathematics from University of Indonesia. And also he already finished his doctoral program from Konkan University, Thailand. And he has so many interesting research related to the tuberculosis, multi-drug resistant TB, and also health surveillance and another public health issues. So now I let Pak Alice to direct this session. And now the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My voice is okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Dean, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Jakarta. Honorable Professor Guy Daly, Provost of British University in Egypt. Honorable Professor Dr. Wongsa Noisiri Wong from Konkan University. Before I give the lecture to Professor Guy Daly, let me to explain the short curriculum vitae. Professor Guy Daly, he is a Vice Chancellor at the British University in Egypt. The experience former Dean in Faculty of Health and Life Sciences in the Converti University in 2010, United Kingdom. Executive Dean and Vice Chancellor for Health and Life Sciences in 2019. Deputy Vice Chancellor Education and Students of the Converti University Group. And also he is a member of various national UK and local group and bodies including Executive, International, Global of Council of Deans of Health affiliated to University of UK. Talk about the education. the bachelor degree. She was on bachelor degree of arts at University of Bradford, and the last and also the last study is from Doctor of Philosophy, University of Bristol in 2003. The most important from Professor Guy Daly is the research interest. He has the research interest, namely social care, housing policy, local government of public sciences. Welcome Professor Guy in the 7 Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health Conference 2022 with the topic Public Health Surveillance System for More Resilient Health System. My name is Alis Diaji, and I was finished my Doctor Public Health from Khon Kaen University, Thailand as the moderator. Special time for you, Professor Daly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure who's going to be sharing the screens and managing the slides. Can somebody help me, advise me on that? Do I share my screen or does somebody do it instead?
Yes, Professor Guy is good. It's okay, Skajjan. Yeah.
There, that's great. I can see them now. So I'll try and not take too long in terms of this presentation, looking at universal health coverage, both globally and then nationally, including referring to the work of Rosita, a colleague that most of you know from your own university. Her research over the last few years, which I supervised as far as her PhD was concerned, along with Professor Ali Gufran Mukti, was the other supervisor. So if I could have the next slide, please. So just a little bit there, I'm a social policy academic, written a few books and various papers. Thank you. Next slide. So in this presentation, what we'll do is, first of all, explore why the push for universal health coverage, look at UK and Europe, and then look more locally at Indonesia and the ASEAN region, and then present some of the findings in terms of the effectiveness of the rollout of universal health coverage in Indonesia, referring to Rosita's work, and then some reflections and conclusions. Thank you. Next slide, please. So we're all familiar, I'm sure, with the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and the right for everyone to have adequate standard of living and also reasonable health. Next slide, please. And if we think of what universal health coverage is, then again, World Health Assembly's definition, access to key promotive, preventative, as well as curative and rehabilitative health interventions for all at an affordable cost. So therefore achieving equity and access. So the focus of this conference being very much about promotion and prevention. Universal health coverage does very much include that, and indeed there's been a push for what many people describe as upstream activities to reduce the demands for curative and rehabilitative health interventions. Thank you. Next slide. So this really just depicts some of that in terms of, obviously, one can focus on the curative and preventative in the sort of innermost concentric circle here, but also one wants to have good health systems and also within a sort of stable community provision, so that also one is also tackling the broader determinants of health through good sanitation, education, nutrition, employment, etc. Thank you. Next slide. because in many countries, whether or not the blue lines, if you can see them, very dark lines looking at East Asia and the Pacific, but also other parts of the world, one sees the main causes of death and mortality on the left-hand side as being what sometimes now are described as the diseases of affluence, but heart disease, not least through smoking, and high cholesterol through poor diet, but also in some developing countries still issues of child mortality as well. So that's on the left-hand side. And similarly on the right-hand side, not surprisingly, the burdens of disease very much relating to what people suffer from in terms of morbidity, in terms of illness, very much related to the left-hand side in terms of mortality. Thank you. Next slide. As Rosita depicted in her thesis, the World Health Organization talks about universal health coverage in terms of considering three dimensions. What proportion of the population is covered, and obviously one wants to ensure that most everybody is covered, and indeed I would argue in an effective health system whereby those who are got better individual economic resources are more affluent in a system that's healthy, you would still want them to be covered and use the universal health coverage system as a first resort as opposed to a last resort. So on the another axis, one's talking about which services are covered and the extent to which that is not just basic services but universal ones. And then lastly, who's covering the costs, and you would want the system itself through public financing to be covering the cost more than, for example, people's out-of-pocket payments or personal health insurance. Thank you. Next slide. So if one looks at health systems, then this is an old slide now, though. But those developed countries, if we want to use such a phrase, particularly in Europe, but also in Australia and New Zealand, are ones where they have some form of universal health coverage and seem to be very effective when compared, for example, against a more market-driven individual system such as the US, whereby Commonwealth Institute in the US judged that despite the level of expenditure per capita in the US, it performed one of the poorest amongst these developed countries. So another argument as to why we should have publicly funded and publicly organized universal health coverage. Thank you. Next slide. If we look at the NHS, from 1948 onwards, the NHS is one that has had, prior to the challenges of COVID, certainly over the last couple of years, good outcomes for relatively low costs. It is one that is free at the point of delivery, based on need, as opposed to how much people have paid in or are willing to pay out of pocket. Generally speaking, it does have universal coverage across the country. And nearly 100% uptake, and it's based on a system of general practitioners, family doctors being the gatekeepers. Thank you. Next slide. They say very much publicly funded. Most of it, in terms of the National Health Service, coming from
Yeah, but yes, do you hear his voice?
Yes, we can hear clearly.
But how about
Maybe,
Professor Deli? Is
so
still
maybe
here?
he has, yes, maybe he has some connection problems.
I
Yeah,
see.
we wait for a moment.
Can you hear me okay? I hope so.
Yes, yes, okay, Professor Deli.
Thank you. I think my connection was lost for a minute or two. Sorry about that. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this, for me, is a slide that talks about taxation, so how you fund the health system in the UK. So taxation generally is the way of funding the health system, national and regional, often income tax on those people in work, but also tax on consumption, not least food and alcohol and cigarettes that are deemed to be unhealthy activities, but also other forms of taxation. One talks sometimes about hypothecated taxation. That's to say, whereby people are paying a particular proportion of their tax to fund a particular activity. You probably have soft hypothecation rather than hard hypothecation in the UK. And I mentioned already there is some out-of-pocket funding that goes on. And some people do have private insurance and therefore don't use the health system, but that's probably 10 to 15% of people at the most. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So really what one's trying to do at the very least is to provide coverage for all, but there's been a move also for it to be fair, to be universal, to be equitable. And also, I think certainly in the UK, in comparison maybe with other systems, it does have a reputation for not being corrupt. But whether or not it is sufficiently responsive is another matter. And some people sometimes argue that services are not market-driven, are less innovative. But I think one can balance that by saying that actually the pooling of resources can lead to innovation. And one looks at, I suppose, the rollout of the response to COVID in terms of the designing of vaccines and then the rolling out of them and mass testing, etc., was one that was done often through universal health systems. Thank you. Next slide. In terms of how one manages healthcare in the UK, I'm going to skip over these really, but there are a number. There used to be, prior to COVID, lots of targets which focus people's behaviour, as I've said. GPs are the gatekeepers in terms of what then is provided, particularly in acute hospital settings, very much regulated by NICE, a body a bit like the Health Design Agency in Indonesia that decides on whether or not treatments are allowed to be funded or not. Issues over workforce as generally across the world, adequate numbers of GPs, medical consultants, nurses, and other health professionals is very much a challenge of today. Very much also about quality, and as far as secondary and tertiary care, needing to concentrate that so that it is, you get centres of excellence and good quality. In a universal health system also, one shouldn't have significant differences across regions or across demographies such as class and income. I think there certainly is an element of that still, even so in the UK system. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So lessons from UK and elsewhere, probably amongst developed countries, that universal health coverage is a way forward. Health is regarded as a public or a social good, and that one can't leave things just to the market, not least because some people who maybe haven't got the resources or haven't figured out the insurance may be the ones who are deemed to be in need, because one can't predict these things. So you do need a social model, really, that's adequately funded. And the approach these days, as I've said, is very much upstream these days, of trying to tackle things through prevention and education and through a primary care-based system, but with expertise concentrated at secondary and tertiary levels, and an attempt to integrate services rather than have siloed delivery. Next slide, please. We'll now move on to the Indonesian health system, and drawing on research that has occurred over the last 10, 15 years, but also Dr. Rosida's research as well of the last couple of years. Next slide, please. So one can look at the data and see that system and doesn't have, I suppose, the same level of resources, whether that be funding or health personnel, that one would see US. Thank you. Next slide. But it does compare favorably with other ASEAN countries. If one looks at the population covered, and this is old data now, and the nature of delivery. Next slide, please. And so Indonesia's health journey has been one with significant milestones all the way back to the 1960s through to really the present time, with, since 2014, the rollout of a social insurance system. Next slide, please. Population and coverage over a decade ago was minimal, and heavy out-of-pocket payments, and more affluent citizens of Indonesia choosing to go elsewhere and to fund themselves or be funded by private insurance. And really, traditionally, a safety net, therefore, for poorer people in work through health-based insurance schemes. Thank you. Next slide. But over the last 15 or more years, development of universal health coverage in Indonesia, very much driven by government, whereby the constitution recognizes the right of all citizens for universal support through social security measures, and the government very much committed to achieving universal health coverage by 2019, and very much been successful in doing that, though there are challenges which we'll come on to in a moment or two. Next slide. So if one compares the development of the system before reforms, lots of poor coverage and little access, particularly for poorer populations, health maybe not seen as an important policy issue, and a disordered system probably, which was expensive. After the reforms, greater coverage, health very much a priority, a more standardized system of payments, and referral systems, and more cost effective. Thank you. Next slide. So research from other funding, so this is going back some time now, but initially, in terms of the rollout of universal health coverage, the coverage and quality deemed to be mixed, and particularly challenges in rural areas, still persistent inequities, some getting, some not getting, and still a developing system, and an argument to increase the expenditure to the sort of OECD expectation of about 6% of GDP, and to develop a more evolved approach. and also to focus on that upstream activity of healthy behavior. Thank you. Next slide. But there have been achievements, biggest single universal health system now in terms of population coverage. You could argue, though, depending on, I suppose, who you include, don't include, so you may argue not in comparison with places like China. Got reasonable public support based on commissioning, clinically led, primary care led as well. And I'd say probably got good data in terms of coverage, in terms of costs, in comparison with many other countries that have had such systems for some time, and also developing its own systems similar, for example, to the UK NICE system through its HTA in terms of agreements as to what should be provided based on whether or not it's effective or not. Thank you. Next slide. But obviously funding continues to remain a challenge, and whether or not therefore the system is sustainable and getting full coverage, and people still paying a fair amount of out of pocket, and also that the payments made to health providers by the system itself not reflecting the actual costs or the market price. Thank you. Next slide. And other studies saying that socialization is still limited, availability and quality not uniform, service users still very much on the receiving end as opposed to being empowered, less buy-in from more affluent groups, still sort of doing their own thing in terms of out-of-pocket or insurance and or health tourism as well. And also not all health providers in the system. Next slide, please. But then if we move to Dr. Rasida's research herself over the last couple of years, then one sees from that health insurance membership has continued to increase, and access has increased, and not just amongst particular employment groups, though it is the case that it's still more working people rather than those who are not in work. And this was data from a very robust set of data collection that Dr. Rasida undertook. And next slide, please. And as I say, sort of employment status does seem to determine the extent to which people are covered, and people in middle to upper incomes tend to be those who've still covered more than those in the lower centile groups. Thank you. Next slide. In terms of what's worked well, in terms of the implementation of universal health coverage, the existence and rollout of regulations and policies and clearer objectives, and the ROW plan being implemented relatively successfully, and the various targets being achieved. So access to healthcare services is improving, including to lower income groups. Thank you. Next slide. Where there's still work to be done, where there are still some barriers, synchronization within the health system in terms of health packages, particularly for people working in the informal sector who maybe aren't covered, that great education program so that communities have better understanding of the referral system. So don't just turn up, as it were, at hospitals, but go through the correct pathways. Challenge, as in other health systems, of adequate human resources in terms of health professions particularly. Accuracy on data, effective referral systems through online system, but again, that's a challenge that many systems face that are public provision as opposed to market-based. Availability not just of human resources, but also physical resources in terms of medicines and drugs, and issues over payment of claims by health providers as being a real issue, as indeed mechanisms for referral, particularly through online. Next slide, please. But in summary, what we would say from Dr. Rasida's work is that universal health coverage in Indonesia does need greater synchronization, better connectivity between its various parts, not least key stakeholders at a ministerial level, and further improvements needed to ensure greater effectiveness and outcomes for Indonesian people. Next slide, please. And in order to ensure that the system does improve, providing an adequate supply, ensuring an adequate supply of health professionals, of medical equipment and drugs, timely payments to providers, improvements in the referral system, an adequate provision and distribution of healthcare providers as well, and improvements in the online referral system are all things that continue to need attention. Thank you. Next slide. So what we would recommend from Dr. Rasida's work is that social health insurance systems do indeed bring benefits, but need further improvements about how to create an effective premium and benefit package. I think we'd say that the payment mechanisms could still warrant some improvement, and so that financial risk protection is improved. The support of local and national government needs to be improved, and the working between those two systems could be improved, as indeed could the adequacy of data, not least for low-income groups. But we believe that universal health coverage can and should be sustained, and that all stakeholders in the society increasingly aware of their respective duties and responsibilities in support of the system. Thank you. Next slide. So if we then go back to reflections from elsewhere, we would say that access to health and care services, it is a public or a social good, hence the rationale for having universal health coverage, not least because individuals within populations can't predict if and when they're going to become ill, so are less likely to insure themselves, and although that insurance is unlikely to be adequate if one looks at things like the US, and that need to address the inequalities in health. So obviously that's not just about health systems, but wider social determinants as well. That social insurance are not markets that seem to be more adequate, though one might have an element of purchaser provider split within those systems. But one is seeing, certainly in the UK, an integration of commissioners and suppliers these days, rather than the more ruddy competition that happened previously, and the move towards value-based healthcare. Next slide, please. I think systems are now trying to move to a more population-based approach and a public health approach, looking to try to fund health outcomes based on the values and the principles of the system, rather than health interventions and inputs just for their own sake. No point doing that if they don't actually improve people's overall health. Another move is one towards more personalised healthcare, recognition that patients are experts in their own right of their own conditions, and also move towards digitised and technological healthcare as well. And there was some reports on the BBC about Guy's and St Thomas's very recently, using sort of, I suppose, industrial type approaches to tackle some of the backlog of patients that there is on waiting lists because of COVID. Thank you. Next slide. So in conclusions, I'd say, and we would say, universal health coverage systems are generally well developed and accepted in developed countries, and ones that are believed to be the way forward for the developing countries. And Indonesia's health system is developing very rapidly as that goal. Thank you. Next slide. So thank you very much for listening, Terima kasih. I hope that that's been helpful, and I would say thank you very much to Dr. Rasida for all of her research in this. The most recent data is from her work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Daly, for very interesting topic about the universal coverage in Indonesia. In Bahasa, we call it BPJS, National Health Security in Indonesia. Actually, for the student, please, so many questions in Indonesia about the universal coverage. Please, for the student, you can ask the question in Bahasa. It's okay. You can text in Bahasa in the text, so I can translate it in about the universal coverage. Talking about universal coverage in Indonesia, Professor Daly said that Indonesia has long time process, like before the first president, after the president now, with the many obstacles, many barriers, something like that. But the most important, why Indonesian concern in a universal coverage, because about the definition health about the WHO, and also about the pocket of payment. So in that picture, if you see the picture, there is like a children see in the field. This is to explain about the equity and equality. So universal coverage to limited gap between equity and the quality. Okay. For the student or participant, do you have a question? Please, you can type red or something like that. Yeah, we move to the second. We move to second speaker, because Professor Wongsa still on journey from Taiwan, so she is still in the airport. So let me to show the PowerPoint. Okay, the question for Professor Guy Daly. This is the question, Professor Guy Daly. In making health policy, we need to compile the data. The question is, how is the policy of the data surveillance collection and dissemination big data surveillance in UK? And the next question, how far for the contribution professional academic like lecture, researcher to contribute to make a health policy?
Thank you. Okay, let's try and deal with these two questions in the order that they're presented. I think data collection and surveillance remains a challenge in the UK. We've tried to have electronic patient records which are accurate. We tried to have files, if you like, for a patient that is a uniform thing, so that you can you can compile data up and that the patient doesn't have to have, if you like, multiple records and everything. We've had some improvements in that, but I'd say it's still got a long way to go. However, that sort of at the macro level, the data is good, and one of the advantages of having a sort of nationalized health system is that you do have big data, which allows you therefore to conduct research and understand what's going on to a much greater extent. You have to be careful that there are some concerns that what you do with that data and who owns it, and that you don't, for example, allow big pharma to use it in sort of unethical, indiscriminate way. In terms of the second question, how far can the contribution of academics, researchers contributing to making health policy? Well, I'd say, first of all, in terms of developing and delivering health policy, lecturers on health programs very much about ensuring that a public health approach is embedded into the curriculum, and that one doesn't focus solely on treatments and techniques, but one concentrates on prevention as well. And also in terms of implementing such health policy in the NHS. A few years ago, it had a policy initiative called Every Contact Counts. Excuse me a second. Which meant that for every health intervention, people focused on prevention as well as treatment. So I think there's that. And then obviously researchers, in terms of their contribution, focusing on this area, providing up-to-date data, robustly collected and analysed, so that we continue to develop the knowledge base. That's what I'd say in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, another question for the student or the participant for this universal coverage. For example, maybe I have a question, Professor Daly. I believe that Professor Daly understand about the universal health coverage in Indonesia. We call it JKN. Yeah. How do you think about Indonesian approach the universal health coverage? Because before pandemic, our coverage almost 75% for the all citizen. But within pandemic, the member of universal health coverage in Indonesia, we call it JKN, minus. So I think minus 20%, something like that. So how do you think, or what do you have? Do you have a suggestion how to improve the coverage for the Indonesian?
I'd only say really that I think lots of health systems have taken a step back because of COVID and concentrating on COVID and resources being used on that, and we just got to try to recover from that and get back to focusing on what we had pre-coverage. I've not been exposed to your system really over the last year or two since Rasida's research, not least because of COVID and us all being less mobile than we had been previously. But I think it's about not quite starting again, but taking a deep breath and on we go, and let's get back to what our intentions are and were, because what was true pre-COVID pandemic in terms of the utility of universal health coverage remains the case in this sort of more post-COVID world as well, I'd say.
Yes, yeah, that's thank you very much, Professor Daly. I'm sorry.
I would like to thank the organizing committee that invite me to join the 7th Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. I move very fast by.
Thank you very much, Professor Dali, for talking about the universal health coverage in Indonesia. Because within the pandemic, we face many problems for this universal coverage in Indonesia. Because not only for the 100% for the tax, but the citizen, the people should pay. But thank you very much for your time, Professor Dali. Please give applause for Professor Dali. Thank you very much. If you have, if you have, if doesn't matter, I contact you by email to introduce myself and also my research question about my research talking about universal coverage. Because when I have a research with my friend, with my colleagues from Chulalongkorn University in Thailand, talking about the Indonesian perspective uh, about the universal coverage in Indonesia. Many people from several view said that the people believe that universal coverage is more benefit for the citizen. But we hope after pandemic, um, the citizen will get good, healthy, and also health status. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, Professor Dali. Good morning. Thank you very much. Okay. For the next session, for the next speaker from Professor Wongsa, because he's still in Taiwan and in the airport. So let me we play about the PowerPoint and also uh, his report about this presentation as well.
Selamat pagi. Good morning. Swadika. I would like to thank the organizing committee that invite me to join the 7th Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health Conference today. So my topic is about strengthening health policy toward public health surveillance system for a more resilient health system. So why we have to strengthen health policy? So for health system resilience is the key to cope with pandemic such as economic crisis, coronavirus pandemic. However, there is much confusion about what resilience means, how to strengthen it, and how to assess it. So, and why we need resilient health system? Because it is how well we could cope with the situation, which is shocking or really severe situation. The scientific events occurring over the past decade have highlighted the need for understanding how to broaden those system interface of extreme and largely unforeseen disaster of storm. In high-income countries, these events might be economic crisis, but in low and middle-income countries like Indonesia and Thailand, it's been by sudden outbreak of infectious disease such as coronavirus, Ebola, or even civil conflict and other catastrophic consequences like tsunami, earthquake, volcanic eruption. So, policy is needed, and also the strategies in order to implement policy is really important to enhance the resilience and map them on the key health system functions. It consists of four functions: governance, financing, resources, and also service delivery. So in terms of dynamic architecture of interconnection of health system building blocks in our system, of WHO. It consists of governance, information, financing, service delivery, and human resources. The last one is medicine and technology for the people, for the population. In terms of the spectrum of intervention and their potential of system-wide effect, there are three dimensions that we should really concern and cooperate. The first one, increased system-wide effect, like increased health workforce salary to stimulate them to work, improve local use of like data, and also add new vaccine to immunization program, and also right increasing need for system thinking like conditional cash transfer, pay for performance and social health insurance. And the other important one is the complexity of intervention, like from changing the microscopic guideline to change the line of treatment in terms of malaria, vitamin deficiency, supplementation, and also add of community health workers and integrate like vouchers or many other interventions. The policies that and implementation that really important for capacity of health service system land is like consists of three components. The first one is emergency preparedness and response (EPR), and also inherent system resilience. How could we do it? So we need really policy to really direct that. So in the state of extreme event, like because state of shock. So this is the state of shock cycle and strengthening health systems resilience. So it's like similar to others. So we have four states. The first one is preparedness and of health system shock into severe event, and also shock onset and alert. So when you have problem, you alert. So shock impact and management. So how to we manage the impact, and also recovery and learning is very important to start the new cycle of it. So in terms of this one, if you go to the first one of governance, and we have the three states of preparedness, shock onset, and shock impact, and also recovery. We need the policy that would ensure the effective and particularly leadership and strong vision and communication. So coordination of activity across government and also key stakeholders. And also how could we have like appropriate policy in terms of organizational learning culture that is responsive to the time. And also effective information system and so sovereign adaptation, timely detection and shock at their impact. So in terms of financing, see what is the policy that could ensure sufficient money, monetary resources in system and facility to be allocated and inject extra funds. So and also ensure stability of health system funding. Purchasing flexibility is the reallocation the fund to meet the changing need, because the need might not be the same, might be changed. So how could we have the policy that could really adapt for this one, and also comprehensive health coverage. So how could we ensure that everyone will not left behind, everyone will be covered, not no one is left behind. So and then in terms of resources, right, the policy that could really guarantee the appropriate level and distribution of human physical resources, and also the ability to increase capacity to cope with a certain surge of demand, and also the motivated and well support workforce. This is very important because workforce human resources in our health personnel is very important. And also the service delivery, how could we answer or change and flexibility approach to deliver care, because different programs have different need to be approached properly, calmly. So the corona really volcanic eruption in different things. So, and then because like we just like about the end of the pandemic of the COVID-19, so the global infection disease surveillance framework is kind of like this is the global surveillance framework that like interplay of many sectors like the WHO, digital training network, and also like the laboratory setting, the military laboratory network, global public health intelligence network, and instrumental media, press, and government organization, and the regional of the which country office and other office that like regional and intra-regional is very important. How to make use or maximize use of this establishing organization and network to support in terms of laboratory detection, vaccine, and also medication. So in terms of like, I move very fast if I have only 20 minutes. So synthesis of health policy and system knowledge. So we need the health system setting and performance, health system framework, and also health system component and their interlinkage. So in terms of like health system setting and performance, the health system facilitator values on everything is very important, and also the local decision making in the low income setting is my relevant. And also the other framework of like how could we access the governance system, and also the integration of health system and social determination of health. So, and then like in terms of the role of evidence synthesis, with contribution of evidence synthesis to the health policy and system strengthening. This is very important because like we have to know and make use and apply of what have been really learned before. So there are great contributions from the past, like what is the scope of the policy and health system program. So we need the evidence, we need the data to identify this one, to know what to do and how big is it, where to do it. What do we know about the issue? Like what have we learned already, and what are the effective solutions to this program, for whom and in what context. This is very important. If we don't know it, we might go to the wrong group and with the wrong intervention. What are the various policy making or decision making options that their characteristics such as distribution, ability, and cost. So this is very, very important that, okay, what we have and which one is the best, which one is the worst, which one is the most likely, and how can we implement and scale up the system. We might do the pilot first, and if it's effective, and we just enter or change some small thing and then scale up over all people or the big scale of the population. The other thing is the role of evidence synthesis in terms of synergies in the field of health system research. So I think most of the professors here and also some senior staff and senior the third year student of master's will really kind of would like to see this, like the knowledge and evidence synthesis support health policy making. So you see that the block on the left is step in policy making, because we talk about policy. So the first one is priority setting and clarifying the program and its costs. This is very important, right? Because if you don't know what the problem and the cost, and also whether it's the first priority, secondly, if you might do the wrong. And then the second one is the policy question. What are the policy issues for the policy agenda? What is the nature, magnitude, appropriate framing of the program as well as contributing factor which together indicate the need for intervention. And then the other thing is health policy and system knowledge. This is very important because like it's the challenge, right? The coverage, quality, efficiency, equity, the constituent framework, and stakeholder view and experiences is really combined in order to really make sure that you have the lowest on this. The example of relevant study design. So the detailed analysis of which one is really appropriate for your research question of the policy in terms like you might do observational study, the population complete survey or see of health management information system or stakeholder analysis and policy and method study. So you have to select a good one. Example of relevant scientific process, right? Scoping reviews, collective reviews, and also this topic. So as a educator, so we are in academic, so this one is very important that how could we get appropriate we could develop appropriate question and design for approach the user design to get the relevant answers. Then the other one is I think this is something that go through the steps in this one, like when we kind of the benefit of the policy system, like in terms of cost effective and implementation factors, view and experience and method is very important. So if you have to do the economical study, whether you have to do RCT or you have to do other things very important, or you might, if you want to see like what happened in the other study, you have to do effectiveness review or meta-analysis. And then this one, this one is maybe the same, but this one like I get different, right? In terms of the policy question, it is about the barrier and facilitators of the education and scale up. What you're gonna do is like we have to implement the knowledge, right? How to adopt our barriers, facilitators, and intervention of empathy. So we might do case study, process evaluation, and so on. And also this one also the realist reviews and also qualitative evidence. So because the previous one is about research, it would be detailed that like to identify this, what the research design and what is the method and what I believe for number 4. And number 5, so this strategy for setting good policy. But if you just develop policy and you do not have very good strategy, it will not be then that make sure that you not get whatever you like to really achieve. So in terms of strategy for good governance, because we talk about governance, right? So this one is like you have to make sure that you have strategy for setup and code of conduct. How will it, right? And also we have to like so we have conflict of interest topic and also competitive bidding. So make sure that this is because it's so the transparency advisory committee, contract, financial management, attendance, and employee management. So this is very important. And also in terms of regulation, right? So this is the concern of organizational separation of authority of the organization, watchdog committee, and inspectorate so that transparency. Reporting requirements for management, freedom of provision and legislation, like elected or employment. This is like kind of really kind of good governance. And traffic information report, like you have to get feedback from people or the people needs so to apply a survey, stakeholder forum, budget, financial audit. consultation, registration mandate, legal remedies, and also in terms of personal policy. So we have really concern about intelligence on process, intelligence on role and purposes, and also research analysis capacity, and some one. These components we have to make sure that we have set for this is the key of government. So one, and I think you implemented it already, but might be not. So this one, because government have the mission of transparency and accountability, integrity and policy. They have to complement. And then so in terms of transparency, you see that this the blue one is like if you would like to implement, you would like to make sure that your strategy that covers transparency, you have to public content on the one and also over-confidence government. But the next one, in terms of accountability, what is it? So you have to make sure that you have standard and code of conduct, conflict of interest policy, competitive building, contract and financial management, and also regulation for organizational kind of regulatory or accountability. So in terms of participation, what you're going to do, the policy, the chief for this one, you have advisory committee, partnership, science survey, secretary forum, representation, like either appointed or elected, consultation, and evaluation. That this is very important for this part of the conversation. And in terms of integrity in what budget, financial audit, legislative mandate, internal audit, and also like personal policy, clear organization role and purpose. Because otherwise, if you don't have this clear guideline and law and regulation, in terms of policy, it's very important. We need to get intelligence on process, on development, intelligence on performance, research and analytic capacity, and also staff recruitment and retention. And this is very important because this strategy you might not be start. So in terms of system thinking for health system strategy, so for sure this come back again of the value of the of good governance, transparency, equity, inclusiveness, and accountability, diversity, and also in terms of the principle of context-specific monitoring and evaluation learning, and also equitable ownership, transparency, and collaboration. So this is very important. So I come to the last part because I think it's more than 10 minutes already. Policy recommendation. So this is very important. The first one is leverage the current response and strengthen effort. So you will be to upgrade until the crisis. You have to have very systematic very important against user spread and persistent evaluation. The second one, the policy invest in essential public health functions at all levels of health system, including those needed for all other emergency risk management. So essential health functions. The third one, build a strong primary health care foundation, so actually primary care health foundation, by ensuring political commitment and leadership to place primary health care at the heart of reform to attain universal corporate health security and business. So it means that your primary level care at the health sector is very important, that they have enough staff, they have enough facilities, so on, and also they could have very liberal system that they could make for health, and also they think that they get the support for the higher level. So, and then the budget also has to show the primary level for not get overall. The fourth one is enabling development for research, innovation, and and adapt to the innovation model that during the pandemic, thereby increasing the ability to handle the demand for present. So the innovation that we learned from COVID-19 and many other catastrophes like tsunami, eye of like storm or many other event volcanic eruption that we learned from the past in order to step forward to the increase domestic and global investment, system foundation and all other humanity financial very important. And whatever I really thought, we could not really forget about including we should cover everyone, the vulnerable, elderly, pregnant women, children, the poor, the deprived or whatever, and so they have they have special policies and the investment within the country from our initial investment is very important. And number 7, at this we have to address the inequity and the disproportionate impact of the COVID-19 or maybe other on marginalized and vulnerable population by monitoring equity in health and access to care. The picture I show you, this is how our staff have to carry vaccine to really come up the mountain to inject for the youth drive, and how could we guarantee that the children who are in the child care home, they are like the orphan or many others, so that they will not get behind. There will be some bedridden or elderly that do not have any people to look after. How we guarantee that they could extend or we have proactive system. So, and then next one is some conceptual framework for communicable disease control. This one, and you see that the top picture on the right is about the eye of hospital that we really do currently. So this one is just like install within one day, and also how the village children here could really use kind of application for get service. So you see that the control framework of communicable disease control, we have like the in terms of the like different regions, and also we have different players, right? Local public health authority, local, and also the hospital. Different. We have like community, we have the volunteer, we have other sector and all sector that you guys work together in terms of like case detection, isolation, and also kind of this disease control and also vaccination. This is very important. I hope that this could really kind of help you if you really would like to know how to develop policy in order to really help make a better health system to be able to resilient to the future context or future crisis, right? And also, I also mentioned that, and also the kind of recommendation expected to some policy in for the crisis and crisis, especially the COVID-19 or the. So I do hope that my session could help you somehow your future work or career. Thank you very much. Radhika.
Okay, thank you very much. The second speaker for the overseas. Actually, the third speaker for this international conference in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. I believe that there are many questions from the participant and also the student, but we have no time to continue with the speaker. But we are sorry we have no time for the discussion for this time. Thank you very much, and I give back my time to the master ceremony. Time for yours. Thank you very much. Let me to leave this meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, Pak Alis, before you leave, the Faculty of Public Health will give the appreciation certificate for our two outstanding speakers, Professor Gaideli and also Professor Wongsa, and also our moderator, Mr. Alis. So the committee, could you help to share the certificate, and all of the certificate will send by email. Okay. Okay, once again, give big applause to our two outstanding speakers. I saw that Professor Wongsa is joined in the Zoom. Sawadika, Jan, good afternoon.
Sawadika, good afternoon to you. Yeah, I will tell it again to better and clearer voice that tonight when I arrive in Thailand, because they have some interrupt sounds. Yeah, thank you very much for really inviting me and to this very great conference.
ค่ะอาจารย์ขอบคุณค่ะ Have a nice day, Ajan. Yes. So thank you, and give applause once again to our speakers and also moderator. And the excellencies, our ladies and gentlemen. So now we are in the lunch break session. We're entering the afternoon break. And then we will remind you that we still have many special sessions after the break. So please rejoin in the Zoom platform at 1 p.m. And also for information, we still have oral presentation at the afternoon. So don't forget to rejoin again at 1 p.m.
Thank you
Okay,
for the committee. Thank you, Achan Wongsa. I'm sorry, but it's okay. Everything is okay, Achan. Let me to leave.
Yes, okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So have a nice break and see you at 1 p.m.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Participant of UPHEC International Conference 2022. Welcome back to plenary session 2 with me, Marciana Wibowo, as Master of Ceremony. I hope you are fresh again after your lunch break today. In this plenary session, we have three speakers who will be guided by Mustika Cahya Nirmala Dewinta, MPH. Mrs. Mustika is one of the lecturers at the Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Mrs. Mustika was born in Ngawi, June 30, 1994, and her interest in sport nutrition and health policy, also public health nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give this time to Mrs. Mustika as our moderator as plenary session 2. Please, Mrs. Mustika.
Alright, lovely. Thank you very much for Mrs. Nana for the introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing today? I hope you have already had your lunch break and you had your prayer. So I believe that we are all now in 100% fully recharged to continue to our next agenda in the second session of plenary speech, still in the 7th Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health Conference 2022. The Honorable Director of Ahmad Dahlan University, Dr. Muklas MT, the Dean of Faculty of Public Health, Ahmad Dahlan University, Mrs. Roshidah PhD, and the speakers of the second plenary, Professor Lisa McKenna, Dr. Andaru Dahesih Dewi, and also Mrs. Ciptasari Prabawanti, and also all the participants of the conference. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, all praise for Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for always giving us endless blessings that we can join in this wonderful occasion with health and happiness. And also salawat and salam may always be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam as our role model in every aspect of life. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mustika Cahya, and I'm very pleased to be here as the moderator for this second plenary session. Previously, we had learned about the urgency of strengthening health policy, in particular the health surveillance system, to achieve the most optimal health services from several speakers. And then in this second plenary session, we would like to focus more, we will dig more deeper to the best practice of surveillance system in health service providers. And we are very honored to have three distinguished speakers who will share their expertise in that particular topic. Well, who are those three speakers? The first speaker is Professor Lisa McKenna from La Trobe University, Australia. The second speaker is Dr. Andaru Dahesih Dewi, SPPKK, from the Committee of Prevention and Control of Infection, Dr. Sarjito Hospital, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And the third speaker will be Mrs. Ciptasari Prabawanti, PhD from the Faculty of Psychology, Ahmad Dahlan University. And in this plenary session, each speaker will deliver their presentation for about 3 minutes, and after we had listened to all three speakers, we will have about 30 minutes for discussion session. So for all the audience, you may take a note, or you can also type the question in the Zoom chat. In the Zoom chat, you can type your name and also mention your institution, and then type your questions that we will read in the discussion session. Okay, now I would like to move on to the time for the first presenter or the first speaker of this session. But first, let me introduce the speaker of this session by reading the short profile of her. All right. Professor Lisa McKenna, she is the Dean of Nursing and Midwifery Office of Nursing and Midwifery, La Trobe University, Australia. She got her midwifery certificate in Monash Medical Center in 1989 and then General Nursing Certificate in 1986. And then she also got her Bachelor of Educational Studies and Graduate Diploma of Health Administration and Information Systems. And then she got her Master Degree of Educational Studies in Monash University in 1997. She got her Doctor of Philosophy or PhD from the Deakin University, Australia in 2005. And then she expanded her expertise by completing the graduate degree or the graduate diploma in local, family, and applied history in 2013. And then the Master of Business Administration in 2021. Besides being the Dean of the Nursing and Midwifery, she also had the academic position as professor in Monash University, and then the honorary professor in University of Queensland, as well as the adjunct professor in Federation University Australia and Airlangga University Surabaya, Indonesia. She has quite a broad research interest, especially in midwifery and nursing education and practice, and then digital health, as well as rural and primary healthcare, professional role and non-technical skills development, and many other research interests in health. And she has the expertise in research in several research methods, both in qualitative and quantitative methods, particularly about action research, phenomenology, discourse analysis, and grounded theory. Well, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Lisa to the screen. Hello, Professor. How are you doing?
Good evening. It's 5 p.m. after 5 p.m. here, so we're a little bit later than you. Thank you for having me. I will try and share my screen.
Okay, so it's already evening over there, Professor.
Yeah.
Great, thank you for your time to be here, Professor. And I would like to inform you that we will have 30 minutes for the first session. I would like to also have a confirmation whether you would like to share the screen or your presentation by yourself, or would you like to have our team to share the screen?
That's okay, I'm happy to do it. Can you see my screen right now?
Okay, so Professor, yes, you can start your presentation, and I would like also to ask your permission to give you a notice when the time is 5 minutes left. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Professor Lisa, time is yours.
Thank you for inviting me to present at this conference. I was only in Jogja last week, and it's a city that I love very much. So it's lovely to be able to present for you today. And I've been asked to talk about best practice in nursing and midwifery, and I'm hoping there's some nurses and midwives in the audience today. My focus will be a little different maybe to what you've had previously to date, but I'm going to focus on what I think are the important things in making sure that we do have best practice in nursing and midwifery. To be able to really set a background for this presentation, I think it's really important for us to look at the nature of healthcare knowledge and how quickly it's changing. We know that medical knowledge and research is changing, our practice and treatments are changing all the time. The way we manage certain conditions is rapidly changing. And I think even with COVID, we've seen how quickly things can evolve. You'll see that, you'll know that we've had to quickly adapt our knowledge as the pandemic evolved from the very beginning into it as it subsequently progressed, and we learnt more and more about it as new strains have emerged. We had to continue to change what we were doing and to update our knowledge, and so that's a really good example of how quickly things can change and the need for health professionals to keep up to date. These sorts of things provide us with lots of new challenges, and so healthcare needs to change. And sometimes from the beginning we don't have a lot of evidence to guide that practice, which was definitely the case in COVID. But as we learned more, we were able to adapt and to facilitate what we did much better. But it does require health professionals to be agile, to be able to accept information, to change practice, and to be open to changing practice. And when I talk about nursing and midwifery, they're two professions that are often very slow to change and very set on doing things in a traditional way, the way that they might have already done before. So for nursing, this can be a real challenge as we start to get nurses and midwives to think about evolving knowledge and what that means. When we think about best practice in healthcare, we think about what good practice is constituted by. And the National Institute for Health and Welfare in Finland came up with a really good definition that I think is really helpful for grounding us where we are today. They said that good practice is based on the best available evidence and appraised as a relevant course of action in its operational environment. That good practice can be characterised as beneficial for the client, supportive of the client's well-being, justifiable, evaluated, effective, efficient, results-oriented, subject to modelling and commodification, applicable, transferable, widely distributed, and ethically sustainable. And when we think about nurses and midwives who are really at the forefront of patient care delivery, good practice is paramount. And so the best available evidence needs to be sourced every time if we're going to look at best practice in those disciplines. Nurses and midwives can and do play a huge role in best practice care delivery. And often it's the care that nurses and midwives deliver that patients remember and that their families recall years and years after an event. And they do that in many different ways. So nurses and midwives promote health. They promote behaviour change through life course approach. They empower people to take responsibility for their health and to manage their health, to promote a healthy ageing. And as the population becomes older and older, we're finding more roles there for nurses, particularly in managing people as they age. Certainly chronic illness and long-term care are also things that go along with ageing populations, and so nurses and midwives do play a big role there. But fundamentally in all of this, applying evidence-based and safe practice is fundamental. So a recent study looked at professional practice for nurses, and it looked at what their roles and responsibilities were in relation to health care quality. And it's an Australian study and that was published recently. And these people came up with some domains of what really professional responsibilities in quality healthcare for nurses were. And these include 7 domains. So management of the environment, promotion of safety, evidence-based practice, medical and technical competence, which we think of, all the time when we're thinking of practical disciplines like nursing and midwifery, person-centred care, positive interpersonal behaviours, and clinical leadership and governance. And these are not really new to us, but I think that the numbers 2 and 3 are where a lot of emphasis is being placed in nursing right now to ensure that patient safety is paramount, but also the care that's delivered is really based on the best available evidence. And this is where I'm going to place my focus for the rest of this presentation, because without evidence-based practice, we can't provide the best practice nursing and midwifery care. So one of the challenges then is for nursing and midwifery is taking that knowledge, taking the evidence, understanding the evidence, and being able to translate it into practice. And so the concept of evidence translation is becoming something that we're trying to really introduce in a big way into nursing and midwifery. As I've previously said, nurses are at the forefront of care provision, and they need to be able to identify and to utilise up-to-date knowledge to ensure best practice. This means that nurses and midwives all need really well-defined skills in research appraisal and utilisation, but they also need scope in their practice to be able to introduce change when the research evidence suggests that there are better, more appropriate ways of doing things, and one of the biggest challenges for nurses and midwives. When we talk about evidence-based practice, it is something that's gained a lot of momentum, not just in nursing and midwifery, but medicine and other health disciplines as well. That really, we collect lots of evidence to inform our practice and to ensure that it is relevant and appropriate. And it uses research evidence primarily to assist in decision making about patient care, but it's also about finding gaps in knowledge, being able to find and systematically appraise evidence. And it combines that with the health professional's own clinical judgment, so that their own clinical skills need to be very highly developed and accurate, but also patient input. So the whole movement towards evidence-based practice is that it's a collaborative event, a collaborative exercise that involves using scientific evidence, the judgment of the health professional, but also the patient's input as well. And being that nurses and midwives and doctors and other health professionals work so closely with patients, this is a really strong impetus for the best practice care. I've talked a little bit about emerging knowledge, and I think EBP, or evidence-based practice, is really important in a lot of different contexts, and it's becoming more and more important for health professionals who are at the coalface of care. As we've talked about already, healthcare knowledge is changing rapidly. There are emerging diseases. Even with COVID, we're seeing new strains. They behave in different ways. They require a different clinical response. We need to be able to update and refine our practice as that new data emerges. And one of the challenges we have today is that consumers or patients and their families are much more educated than ever before. They read a lot, they have access to information. Sometimes that information is not accurate, but they have more access to information, meaning that health professionals need to be one step ahead and be armed with the right information for best practice and be able to justify what they do. We saw in the pandemic that the media was constantly reporting new research findings. As soon as they were available, the media was on top of them and the health professionals were not necessarily. So we know that that feeds into consumers' education and the fact that they know more about their conditions than ever before. We need to be able to respond to that. We need to be able to appraise the evidence that consumers are coming to us with. We're seeing a stronger focus on patient safety and the quality of healthcare. And patient safety, in part, is about reducing errors that occur in hospitals, but also ensuring that we don't promote comorbidities because of the care we provide. In many countries, and Australia and the US are really the centre of these sorts of things, is that we actually have to be able to defend our practice. There is an increase in litigation of health professionals being taken to court for things. So we need to be able to reduce the errors. So we need to be able to justify what we're doing and why we're doing it, and we can defend the care that we're actually delivering. And finally, wherever we look at health professionals, there are professional standards that apply to those professions, and part of the being a professional and those professional standards require that health professionals are using evidence-based practice and the most appropriate and up-to-date evidence to support their work. So a little bit on what constitutes evidence, and evidence obviously comes at different levels. Obviously research evidence is important. In nursing we use a lot of qualitative evidence because quality is important, and patient experience is part of a lot of qualitative research. So we do a lot on patient experience, and that feeds back into care. Quantitative and mixed method studies are all widely used. We're using a lot more structured reviews, so systematic reviews, scoping reviews, rapid reviews and umbrella reviews to really inform our practice. But there's also other things such as clinical practice guidelines and quality audits that are important evidence that support what we do. You might have seen a pyramid like this before, but there's different levels of evidence, and we can move from the bottom of the pyramid, which is not necessarily strong evidence, it's definitely unfiltered, unrefined, and that really comes from expert opinion, and we move up. As we work up, the quality of evidence is stronger. Once upon a time, randomised controlled trials sat at the top of this pyramid, but now there are even more things that are ahead of that, and systematic reviews sit at the very top. So it's a very complex set of particularly sources of evidence that we can utilise, and so health professionals need to understand how to pick all this apart and to know what types of evidence to go for and to use to inform their practice, and to actually be able to understand that and evaluate that evidence. So it is quite a complex activity for them to do. However, when we talk about evidence-based practice, particularly in nursing and midwifery, there are a lot of challenges that are faced, and some of these are replicated in other health professions as well. So often there's poor knowledge of research approaches. We're starting to see more in curricula on research approaches, but for health professionals who have been educated some time ago, they don't necessarily have strong research understandings, and that can challenge the implementation of evidence-based practice. But it also reinforces that concept of just doing things the way that we've always done them because we've always done them that way, not necessarily because they're the best way. They may always also have lack of skills in appraising research. There might be lack of organisational support for evidence-based practice and inquiry, and we know that in nursing and midwifery that is certainly a challenge. Other health professionals too find that. Sometimes the organisation and culture is not receptive to change, and that's something that takes a culture shift over time. There might not be really good quality research evidence available for some of the things that we're looking at as well, and so we're using maybe lower level evidence because we don't have that really high level evidence to support it. And in a clinical setting, time pressures are really important. They limit people being able to access evidence and to read evidence and take the time to absorb it and see what it means for their practice. And often if people are passionate, they're doing that in their own time. So time pressures in a clinical environment do really limit how we can influence evidence-based practice. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on appraising evidence, but there's a whole range of skills and things that need to be appraised when we're looking at evidence, and there's things such as the researcher's credibility, the research question, the sample, whether it's the size is suitable, whether there's what we call data saturation in qualitative research, which is important. Have all confounding variables been considered in clinical environments? That's really challenging to do. Are the research designs appropriate? Was the study reliable and valid, or what's their credibility if we're talking about qualitative research? Was the data analysis approach correct, and have the findings been interpreted appropriately? And finally, was the data collected in an ethical way? So there are a lot of things, and there's a lot of knowledge attached to each one of these to be able to appraise evidence in a really strong way. One of the primary considerations for us is how do we create a culture that fosters evidence-based practice, and we find that some clinical areas as a whole embrace evidence-based practice, but others are really resistant to it. So we need to actually think about that. We need to think about how we engage in research activity. We promote a questioning culture, that we don't always just do things because that's the way we've always done it, that we actually really do look at things in a way that's objective, that we have regular conversations about research, and that becomes part of what we do, that we build capacity, that we build skills and knowledge to be able to appraise and to utilise evidence, and we work to remove some of the barriers that are around for people when they're trying to implement evidence-based practice. Certainly when we're talking about questioning cultures, we need to foster in clinicians a spirit of inquiry and curiosity. We have to get them to ask questions. We need to get them to look at current practice, look at why we do it that way. What evidence is it based on? Is there newer evidence available? Do we need more research to provide the evidence if it's not there? And is a practice change feasible in the individual clinical setting? And so it does take a group of people often to get together to work on these solutions, not just an individual. We also need to encourage people to talk about research. It's not often a popular or comfortable topic for nurses and some other health professionals. We do need to encourage people to talk about research so it becomes regular practice. And I like to encourage nurses and midwives to go along to research seminars, whether they're focused on our disciplines or not, to really become included in medical and other research conversations, because they can certainly influence our practice. Attending ground rounds, maybe having nursing ground rounds is something that some places do. Really looking at cases and how we can learn from cases, and journal clubs where groups of people can get together and start to work through research and understand it and unpick particular studies can be really helpful, particularly if they're related to an individual patient that might be in the clinical setting. We do need to look at building research capacity, and that's one of the challenges I think that we really face in nursing and midwifery, is really educating people to understand and appraise research and then to be able to apply it into practice. They also need to be able to do research. They need the skills to be able to fill the gaps when there isn't evidence to actually inform things that they're doing. And some of those, we're starting to see lots of nurses and midwives going off and doing postgraduate studies, which is fantastic. And particularly masters and PhDs will give people the skills to be able to apply and to build this. And we are seeing that there is a growth in research culture. Having departmental research seminars can certainly influence conversations, get people skilled, and they can learn about methodologies and understanding them through lots of research seminars. So even just regular monthly seminars can be really valuable. We often run workshops on different research methods, and that immerses people into looking at how different research methods work and how you apply them and so on. And also being able to mentor clinicians who really have an interest in research with people who have the skills and the knowledge, and they don't necessarily have to be in the same disciplines, but who can provide the research mentoring that's needed to upskill is something that's really important. Removing barriers, so acknowledging that research for evidence-based practice is everybody's responsibility in a clinical setting, not just those people who are interested. For all those reasons that I outlined before, it has to be part of underpinning practice if we're going to provide the best practice in our care. Building space for questioning and formulating research ideas, trying to find time in workloads and to make that a strategy, providing peer support, influencing authority to implement change. And sometimes that's about presenting the evidence and providing a good argument, but there is an opportunity to really implement good change. And strategies that are really helpful are actually creating partnerships between clinicians and academic faculty who might have the research experience but not necessarily the clinical focus, and with clinicians who obviously do have that clinical focus but not necessarily the research expertise that they might need to be able to fulfill a research study. I think one of the biggest things that's required in this space is culture change, and that takes time. I see really good clinical units that have a focus on evidence-based practice, on really best practice care. It does take time. It takes leadership primarily as well, and there need to be people who are willing and able to drive it, so they have the passion and the expertise to be able to make it happen, and they can take other people along with them. I think it really is really important to reward the successes and achievements that people have in this space, and really demonstrate the influence that it has on patient care and the outcomes for patients and their families. We need clear goals and obviously a really shared commitment towards it, and there are exemplar units, so maybe wards that have actually taken this as their strategy, and they've had really good outputs as a result and outcomes on patient care, and it really does take a culture change from the top to be able to make this happen. So just to finish off, I think the really key messages here are that healthcare knowledge is rapidly evolving. We have to keep up to date. We have to keep on top of the evidence if we're going to be able to provide best practice healthcare. And it is clear that as they sit at the patient interface, that nurses and midwives play a pivotal role in ensuring best practice healthcare delivery. We need practitioners who are up to date, keep informed with current best practice, and that have an approach to evidence-based practice to ensure quality and defendable healthcare as well as best practice. It's imperative that all health professionals understand research, how to appraise it, and can conduct research even in a supported environment. And finally, a practice culture that encourages questioning, supports and promotes evidence-based practice is vital to positive change, and this places responsibilities on both the education providers who prepare nurses and midwives for practice, as well as the healthcare organisations that provide the care for people and their families. So I thank you for listening, and terima kasih.
All right, thank you very much for Professor Lisa. That was wonderful. Thank you for your insights. If I may resume some of the highlights of the presentation, I would like to point out some highlights that the importance of evidence-based practice in supporting the best practice of healthcare delivery, especially by nurses and midwives, that plays pivotal role. And also, this is very interesting that we need to promote a questioning culture to our society, that we need to be critical in every information that we got, especially about health, because it is a basic needs for everybody. And to promote that questioning culture, we can talk about research as our regular basis, and then building research capacity, also removing barriers. It is to ensure that evidence-based practice is actually not just the health workers' responsibility, but everyone's responsibility to also have a high trust, I guess, in the health workers and the officials or the official stakeholders to talk about health. And then that culture change to promote questioning culture, it takes time, and I think it also takes a great effort, patience, I guess, because, well, behavior and culture change is not easy, but it's also not impossible. Well, that was wonderful, Professor Lisa. And the next, I was just informed that you already have another schedule after this, so we would like to ask you whether do you prefer to open the question and answer session right now, or do you prefer us to collect the questions and then we will send you the question by email? Which one do you prefer?
I think so that we don't hold the other speakers up, it's probably better if they come via email, I think, okay, if you're happy with that.
Okay, so For Professor Lisa, thank you so much for today's presentation. That was wonderful, and I hope you have a great day this afternoon. And also for all the audience, don't worry, even though we cannot open directly for the discussion with Professor Lisa, you can type your questions and we will collect all your questions. We will deliver it to Professor Lisa, and we will also deliver to all the audience the answers from Professor Lisa. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
And for the audience, you can have the best reaction and appreciation for Professor Lisa. You can send the heart. I send the heart from here, Professor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will move on to the second speaker. We will have Dr. Andaru Dahesih Dewi, MKes SPPK consultant from the Provincial Public Hospital of Dr. Sarjito. She will deliver the material about the surveillance system in health service provider, the best practice at RSUP Dr. Sarjito, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Well, first of all, I would like to introduce about her academic profile of Dr. Andaru. Alright. Dr. Andaru Dahesih Dewi, Magister Kesehatan, Spesialis Patologi Klinis, Konsultan, born in Makassar, August 12, 1965. She graduated from the Bachelor of Medicine and the profession of doctor from the University Diponegoro, and then she got her master degree from Program Pendidikan Dokter Spesialis in Patologi Klinik Universitas Gadjah Mada. And she also got her specialist degree in Universitas Gadjah Mada, and the latest one in 2017, she was graduated from her doctoral degree in Universitas Gadjah Mada. Her experiences of professional work, there are so many. Some of them are the Clinical Epidemiology and Biostatistic Unit in Universitas Gadjah Mada and also in the Sarjito Hospital, Yogyakarta. Currently, she is the chairman of the Committee of Infection Prevention and Control, or Komite Pencegahan dan Pengendalian Infeksi in the Hospital of Dr. Sarjito, Yogyakarta. Her latest publication is about the surveillance of antibiotics resistance in Indonesia, a current report that was published in Bali Medical Journal in 2019. Well, that was a brief introduction of Dr. Andaru. Now I would like to invite Dr. Andaru to the screen. Good afternoon, Doc. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Mbak Mustika ya.
Good afternoon. Thank you for
Ya,
the preparation.
suara saya sudah terdengar.
Terdengar dengan jelas, very lovely,
Ya.
Doc.
Mohon izin bahasa Indonesia saja, Nje.
Oh, baik. Baik, Dokter. Terima kasih.
Audiens kita sudah Indonesia semua ya, karena Prof.
Audiens
Lisa
kita
sudah
Oh
remote.
ya, audiens kita ada dari Indonesia dan juga ada dari negara-negara yang lain, termasuk
Oh,
dari
ya.
Thailand, betul ya? Oh, dari Nepal juga, Dok. J.
Baik.
Baik, Dokter, kita punya waktu sekitar 30 menit untuk presentasi. Nanti saya mau mohon konfirmasinya, nanti akan dari dokter sendiri yang akan share screen.
Ya,
J.
saya share screen ya. Mohon
Baik,
izin share screen.
mohon izin juga nanti akan kami ingatkan ketika waktunya sudah 5 menit terakhir, J, Dok ya.
Sebentar ya.
Oke.
Saya coba share screen-nya.
Baik, silahkan sambil
Baik,
menunggu.
sudah terlihat? Apakah sudah
Oke,
terlihat?
sebentar, Dok. Ya, sudah, Dok. Monggo kami persilahkan waktunya 30 menit kepada Dr. Andari.
Terima kasih sekali kepada moderator yang telah memberikan waktu kepada saya. Yang kami hormati seluruh pengurus Universitas Ahmad Dahlan ya, rektor, wakil rektor, dekan, wakil dekan, kemudian seluruh panitia, para guru besar, sejawat sekalian, dan para audiens. Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih sekali atas undangan yang diberikan kepada sebetulnya Direktur Utama Rumah Sakit Dr. Sarjito untuk membawakan topik ini, tetapi kami mendapatkan amanah dari beliau sehingga kami yang diharapkan diamanai untuk mempresentasikan topik Best Practice Surveillance in Health Services Providers, Experiences from Sarjito Hospital, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Dalam waktu 30 menit ke depan kita akan mendiskusikan hal-hal ini. Ini tadi sudah disampaikan. Kemudian outline dari presentasi saya mencakup karakteristik dari rumah sakit dan vaskes yang goals-nya adalah quality and safety. Kemudian juga karakteristik dari hospital-based surveillance dan best practice yang diharapkan, serta tantangan serta peluangnya untuk health system yang lebih tangguh. Kita mulai dari surveillance di healthcare services providers. Dalam hal ini saya lebih banyak membahas tentang hospital, tetapi sebetulnya yang disebut healthcare services provider itu adalah seluruh fasilitas pemberi layanan kesehatan, adalah bagian yang tidak terpisahkan dari public health surveillance. Ketika kita bicara fasilitas kesehatan, maka goals-nya lebih jelas ke arah quality and safety. Sedangkan komponen-komponen yang lain ada bersama-sama di dalam keseluruhan sistem fasilitas kesehatan untuk mencapai goals tadi. Apa komponen yang lain itu? Meliputi prevention and effectiveness, kemudian juga data-data yang akan memberikan gambaran epidemiologi berbagai hal, tidak hanya disease, kemudian keterlibatan, kontribusi data-data laboratorium, kemudian juga sistem informasi yang mendukung bagaimana surveillance itu diharapkan bermanfaat untuk quality and safety improvement. Kita lihat bahwa quality and patient safety itu selalu juga mencakup safety for all, safety for provider, dan safety for environment. Hal ini secara keseluruhan akan didapatkan melalui evidence-based practice, seperti tadi sudah dibawakan, disampaikan juga oleh Prof. Lisa. International Patient Safety Goals ini adalah goals untuk pasien, sementara safety yang diharapkan juga safety untuk provider maupun lingkungan. Di sini dukungan untuk green hospital, green world, kemudian juga K3 rumah sakit itu penting sekali menggunakan data-data surveillance yang ada di fasilitas kesehatan. Untuk mencapai quality and safety, maka fasilitas kesehatan khususnya rumah sakit menjalankan berbasis tata kelola rumah sakit yang baik, good hospital governance, tata kelola klinis yang baik, good clinical governance, dan tata kelola asuhan pasien yang baik, good patient care. Dan keseluruhan ini dilandasi dengan tata kelola ethical practice yang dijunjung bersama melalui sistem komunikasi, koordinasi, dan informasi yang positif dan sehat antar profesional, antar satuan kerja, unit kerja, antar program, dan seterusnya. Budaya keselamatan harus menjadi bagian dari budaya di dalam fasilitas kesehatan, di mana salah satu dimensinya adalah budaya untuk menggunakan evidence-based practice, sehingga keseluruhan program dan quality improvement policy itu dapat dipertanggungjawabkan akuntabilitasnya. Ya, surveillance sendiri adalah proses yang dinamis, sistematik, dan berkelanjutan, ongoing proses, ya, pengumpulan data-data di fasilitas kesehatan yang digunakan untuk mengidentifikasi, menganalisis, dan interpretasinya digunakan secara spesifik untuk program perbaikan mutu maupun peningkatan layanan, yang kemudian juga data-data tersebut harus dapat didiseminasikan ke seluruh pemangku kepentingan termasuk juga ke pemilik sumber datanya secara periodik dan berkesinambungan. Tujuan daripada surveillance tadi adalah menyediakan informasi yang dapat digunakan untuk quality improvement terkait berbagai tugas yang ada di bidang-bidang yang diamanahkan ke fasilitas kesehatan, termasuk menyusun kebijakan, panduan, standar pelayanan, standar prosedur operasional, maupun mengembangkan program-program di fasilitas kesehatan. Itu adalah penggunaan secara internal. Tetapi kemudian juga ada tugas-tugas untuk melaporkan dan ada sistem pelaporan yang harus dikerjakan oleh fasilitas kesehatan, sehingga data-data di internal fasilitas kesehatan mestinya bisa menjadi bagian integrasi yang diintegrasikan menjadi data regional. Misalnya tadi di pagi hari Bu Rini, Dr. Gigi Rini juga sudah menyampaikan bagaimana Dinas Kesehatan itu juga mengintegrasikan berbagai data melalui sistem-sistem informasi yang sudah dibangun dari fasilitas-fasilitas kesehatan yang merupakan sumber datanya. Selanjutnya dari data regional tentu akan bisa ditarik menjadi data nasional. Oke. Sehingga kuncinya apa? Untuk setiap surveillance yang baik, sifatnya yang berkesinambungan, real time, ongoing, data dikumpulkan secara sistematis, dianalisis, diinterpretasikan secara timely, kemudian didiseminasikan menjadi bagian dari health improvement related data. So, semua itu harus terhubungkan dengan para pemangku kepentingan, para penentu kebijakan di manajerial, termasuk jangan dilupakan adalah kepada unit pemilik data. Jangan sampai unit pemilik data malah kemudian tidak tahu dan tidak terinformasikan hasil surveillance yang sudah dianalisis dan diinterpretasikan di tingkat apakah Faskes, apakah regional maupun juga nasional. Oke, sekarang kita melihat proses dan koordinasi yang ada di Faskes. Sebelum data dikumpulkan, bahkan sebelum tim dibentuk, maka para pemangku kepentingan harus sudah menentukan apakah goals dari sistem ataupun bangunan surveillance yang akan dikerjakan. Indikator-indikator apa yang akan dipilih, timnya seperti apa, ada berapa tim, siapa saja yang dilibatkan, kemudian bagaimana analisis datanya, menggunakan metodologi apa, berapa sering akan dianalisis, berapa sering akan disusun laporannya, dan interpretasinya didiseminasikan melalui forum apa saja, kemana saja, dan bagaimana itu kemudian terhubungkan dengan aksi-aksi perbaikan. Nah, inilah rangkaian surveillance sampai dengan action for quality improvement yang harus bisa dikerjakan sehingga kemanfaatannya menjadi dirasakan oleh semua, termasuk untuk penguatan kesehatan, status kesehatan secara keseluruhan. Ini adalah gambaran managerial approach yang harus dilakukan dari suatu data surveillance, di mana dengan data tersebut kita dapat mengidentifikasi permasalahan yang ada. What's the problem? Kemudian dari problem yang kita identifikasi, kita bisa membreakdown identifikasi faktor-faktor risikonya. What is the cause? Dan selanjutnya mengevaluasi bagaimana mitigasi risiko, intervensi apa yang akan kita terapkan, bagaimana diterapkan sehingga problem tadi bisa termitigasi melalui respon yang tepat dan adekuat. Kita nanti akan mengambil contoh kebetulan yang ada pada area bidang saya, yaitu infection control. Kebetulan infection control ini menjadi bagian atau salah satu top level incident kategoris ya. Jadi yang harus memang selalu secara kontinu dimonitor, diamati trennya, kemudian dievaluasi faktor-faktor risiko dan peluang-peluang perbaikannya agar trennya tetap dalam kendali. Oke, di samping berbagai insiden yang juga sering, antara lain juga error of medication, kemudian juga insiden dalam diagnosis, tes maupun pemeriksaan dan pengobatan. Selanjutnya setelah kita mengidentifikasi risk, langkahnya adalah memanage. Menggunakan driving safe care every time for every patient. Ya. Ini memerlukan, tadi juga sudah disampaikan oleh Prof. Lisa, leadership capacity dari institusi secara baik. Kemudian dibundeli, diikat dengan kebijakan dan prosedur yang jelas. Selanjutnya evaluasi terus dilakukan dengan pengumpulan data-data untuk membangun real-time improvement. Nah, untuk ini semua perlu proper staffing yang skillful. Ya, jadi tidak bisa disambi-sambi. Ya, pekerjaan surveillance itu tidak bisa disambi-sambi gitu ya, bahasa Jawanya apa ya, di a part of other job gitu ya. Kemudian menyertakan tentu kalau kita di pelayanan kesehatan adalah keterlibatan pasien dan keluarga. Ya, ini adalah step by step quality improvement yang secara terus-menerus dikerjakan di fasilitas kesehatan, dan salah satunya untuk melakukan improvement priority dan menjalankan siklus plan, do, study, action adalah dengan menggunakan evidence-based practice dan data-data surveillance. Effective change kemudian dipertahankan dengan menstandarisasi segala perubahan yang sudah dievaluasi dan memberikan hasil baik melalui regulasi-regulasi yang bisa memberikan panduan baik dari kebijakan, SOP, IK, instruksi-instruksi kerja, dan didokumentasikan, diedukasikan, didiseminasikan secara terus-menerus agar menjadi bagian habit, behavior, dan nilai-nilai yang dimiliki oleh setiap staf di fasilitas kesehatan. Plan, do, study, action sudah banyak kita kenal, ya, mulai dari identifikasi, kemudian examine the change done, kemudian study the success of change, kemudian examine, dan kemudian identifikasi, adaptasi, monitoring, evaluasi untuk kembali ke siklus planning untuk perbaikan. Kita lihat, Bapak Ibu sekalian, bahwa topik-topik surveillance di fasilitas kesehatan bisa banyak ragamnya. Ada di daerah disease, area disease, ada juga di daerah medication, tapi juga ada di area selain disease. Misalnya, bed utility, length of stay, dashboard ketersediaan ruang intensif misalnya. Itu juga sangat diperlukan oleh pemangku kepentingan di dalam mengarrange polisi dan juga struktur ya di dalam pengaturan seperti apa, misalnya rujukan pasien, rujukan pelayanan, rujukan laboratorium, dan seterusnya. Yang lain adalah surveillance untuk kesehatan healthcare workers, ya, para staf kita yang merupakan bagian dari occupational health. Data-data yang ada digunakan sebagai database, kemudian juga early warning to outbreak, kemudian juga melakukan assessment terhadap standar kualitas pelayanan kita, merupakan alat untuk mengidentifikasi berbagai misconduct, ya, kemudian juga evaluasi kepatuhan staf, evaluasi terhadap program yang sifatnya spesifik dan tidak kalah penting, tetapi ini bukan tujuan utama, adalah kebutuhan untuk standar akreditasi. Itu semua diperlukan di dalam rumah sakit, di dalam vaskes, maupun secara epidemiologi kemudian bisa diintegrasikan menjadi data-data yang didiseminasikan di level regional maupun nasional. Ya, sekarang kita sedikit masuk ke contoh praktek di hospital infection control. Banyak juga topik yang bisa disurvei di sini, antara lain adalah hospital acquired infection, emerging infectious disease dan new emerging infectious disease seperti COVID ini, ya. Kemudian endemic infectious disease tadi pagi sudah dijelaskan oleh Bu Rini, antara lain seperti malaria, TB, leptospirosis, ya, kemudian DHF dengue hemorrhagic fever, ya. Kemudian yang tidak kalah penting dan sudah menjadi awareness global adalah antimicrobial resistance. Jadi surveillance untuk antimicrobial resistance dan antimicrobial usage itu juga menjadi bagian penting dari langkah-langkah penting dalam infection control yang digambarkan di dalam struktur lingkaran-lingkaran ini, di mana titik core-nya adalah budaya safety. Ya, kemudian apa yang bisa kita kerjakan dari survei tadi, mulai dari mengidentifikasi pasien dan problem yang menjadi prioritas dan membutuhkan intervensi lebih kuat dari vaskes, mengukur trends dan kejadian dari setiap karakteristik dari setiap penyakit yang karakteristiknya sudah ditentukan, kemudian mengembangkan hipotesis dan menstimulate research seperti yang tadi Prof. Lisa sampaikan, ya. Kemudian memonitor perubahannya, mendetek kemungkinan adanya tren yang signifikan berubah mengarah kepada outbreak, ya. Kemudian melakukan assessment keberhasilan program yang digunakan untuk menurunkan atau mengendalikan tren tadi, dan akhirnya mengestimasi apakah program tersebut efektif dan bisa dilanjutkan, cukup dan bisa kita ganti dengan program lain karena trennya sudah terkendali dan ada masalah lain yang lebih diprioritaskan. Metode surveillance di vaskes banyak, tetapi yang cukup efektif, efisien adalah target surveillance. Bisa berbasis target populasi, bisa berbasis target disease, bisa berbasis target ruangan atau pelayanan prioritas yang kita unggulkan. Sesuatu yang sangat menjadi perhatian dan penting diperhatikan di dalam surveillance di fasilitas kesehatan adalah validitas data. Validitas data, reliabilitas data itu tergantung pada kompetensi dan profesionalitas dari teamwork yang ada, para pengumpul data yang mensupervisi, tim surveillance yang akan menginterpretasikan data, kemudian juga sistem yang dibangun untuk saling berkomunikasi, kemudian juga transformasi digital untuk mengintegrasikan data secara tepat waktu, ya. Karena jika tidak tepat waktu, maka data-data tadi menjadi berkurang manfaatnya. Target audience bisa ke pemangku kepentingan, kemudian juga ke para klinisi, tergantung objek surveillance yang kita kerjakan. Juga untuk pembuat kebijakan, dan tidak kalah penting adalah untuk publik, karena banyak dari institusi kita adalah harus menjalankan keterbukaan publik. Ini contoh best practice penggunaan data surveillance untuk quality patient safety improvement, ya. Ini suatu data kejadian HISE di mana trennya tampak cenderung lebih banyak peningkatan, ya, walaupun tetap zigzag, dan kita segera melakukan proses PDSA di sini. Dari sini diformulasikan intervensi dan ternyata berhasil menurunkan sampai level 0, tetapi tidak lama naik lagi, tetapi tidak sampai ke tren yang sebelumnya. Nah, makanya di sini kita kerjakan PDSA lagi. Di sini tetap kita lakukan PDSA kedua dan kita lakukan intervensi sesuai dengan PDSA kedua. Trennya kita awasi terus sampai dengan terus ini siklus berputar sampai dengan betul-betul data angka infeksi ini berhasil kita kendalikan. Ya, investigasi untuk risiko maupun penyebab kita lakukan dengan berbagai cara, antara lain yang dilakukan ini dengan analisis fishbone, di mana kita lihat berbagai faktor yang mungkin menjadi pengaruh atau penyebab, baik man, machine, material, patient nature, maupun method. Selanjutnya sebetulnya data-data yang ada itu harus bisa kita perbandingkan dengan antar berbagai institusi yang kita sebut benchmark, sehingga kita bisa melihat posisi institusi kita, vaskes kita di tengah-tengah banyak vaskes yang lain. Tetapi benchmark ini memang masih menjadi salah satu keterbatasan yang merupakan tantangan, ya, tantangan dan peluang ke depan, karena data benchmark masih sangat terbatas, biasanya tidak tepat waktu, mungkin ada variasi definisi operasional yang digunakan, sehingga keperbandingannya atau komparabilitasnya masih menjadi tanda tanya. Contohnya saja ini kita benchmark dengan data RSCM kita di ini di bulan ini di semester 1 2022, tetapi bandingan kita ada di triwulan 2 2021. Tentu tidak apple to apple comparison. Selanjutnya ini contoh pada data AMR surveillance, antimicrobial resistance surveillance. Sama, semua rumah sakit mengerjakan mungkin, tetapi ternyata data regional tidak ada, data nasional sulit direview, ya. Apalagi kemudian kita menjadi bagian dari data global. Ini salah satu isu yang cukup sensitif di tempat kita, di negara kita, sehingga perlu untuk ada terobosan agar kolaborasi antar berbagai institusi, antar berbagai profesional, antar berbagai sistem pengumpulan data itu mestinya bisa disatukan, diintegrasikan, dibuat relatif arahnya sama, gitu ya. Nah, ini contoh evaluasi dari antibiotic usage, ya. Kita menggunakan metode JSON, ya. Ternyata masih banyak yang inappropriate Ini di satu rumah sakit, bagaimana mengintegrasikan dengan data di rumah sakit lain? Itu masih menjadi tantangan walaupun sistem sudah mulai dibangun. Demikian juga menggunakan metode kuantitatif, menggunakan DDD per 100 patient days ya. Ini di data satu rumah sakit bisa kita evaluasi trennya dari waktu ke waktu. Tetapi bagaimana kemudian di regional dan di nasional, sekali lagi itu masih menjadi tantangan. Surveillance juga bisa digunakan untuk mengevaluasi bagaimana perlindungan petugas cukup baik dikerjakan oleh suatu fasilitas kesehatan. Ini contoh dari waktu ke waktu surveillance disease infeksi COVID-19 pada petugas, di mana biasanya mengikuti juga pola yang ada di populasi, di komunitas ya. Ini kita jabarkan berbasis kategori profesi yang ada. Terbanyak memang dokter peserta didik, yang lain adalah perawat. Ini sangat mungkin karena intensitas kontak dan pekerjaan cukup intens pada kedua profesi tadi.
Dokter
ini
Anderu,
contoh bagaimana.
Dok, kita waktunya 5 menit lagi, Jeh. Matur nuwun.
Iya, kita perbandingkan dengan data regional, kemudian juga data di dalam rumah sakit. Ini manajemen dashboard ya, di luar data disease. Ya, apa tantangan dan peluang yang ada? Sudah kita sampaikan tadi ya, underestimate rate. Sehingga surveillance system itu harus terinstitusionalisasi, kemudian di level regional juga harus ada koordinasi dan komunikasi yang baik, kemudian di level nasional demikian juga. Unreliable data, non-comparison data itu harus bisa diatasi. Untuk masa-masa sesudah ini banyak pembelajaran dari COVID, dari cara surveillance COVID yang sudah berhasil kita kembangkan. Dan itu yang sedang dibangun juga oleh Kementerian Kesehatan. Challenge yang lain adalah human resource ya, kemudian juga feedback analysis yang digunakan untuk proper improvement quality. Jadi perlu komitmen dan institutional climate yang mendukung safety for all. Dan apa lesson learn-nya? Bahwa surveillance strategi harus bisa diimplementasikan memang berbasis fokus kapasitas dan kebutuhan di setiap fasilitas kesehatan, tetapi harus menjadi prioritas adalah validitas data. Itu semua perlu bisa diintegrasikan berbasis kolaboratif work ya, antar berbagai program, antar berbagai unit kerja, antar berbagai profesi. Pengumpulan data mestinya secara prospektif, aktif, objektif, dan real time. Dan terakhir, tujuannya adalah untuk quality improvement, membangun safety culture. Data tidak digunakan untuk blaming, no blaming culture. Demikian mungkin yang bisa saya sampaikan, semoga bermanfaat. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you so much for Dr. Anderu for the high qualified presentation. It's really packed the information. Impressive. If I would like to give a little bit overview for what has been explained by Dr. Anderu, it's strongly related to the previous speaker, that one of the dimensions of patient safety and quality is also about the culture of evidence-based practice. So evidence-based practice is also one of the aspects that need to be ensured in achieving the patient safety and quality. That is also include that safety for all, including the providers and also the environment. And there is also key points about the surveillance. It's about benchmarking, especially in the level of regional and also in the national system, in which it should be compatible. The comparison between one institution and also the other institution about the methods, about the timeline of the surveillance system that have been conducted. Thank you so much once again for Dr. Andaru, and I would also like to ask you, Dokter, mohon izin konfirmasinya. Jadi setelah ini kami jadwalkan untuk beranjak ke pembicara yang ketiga, kemudian baru kita buka sesi diskusi. Ini saya kembalikan kepada Dr. Andaru, apakah berkenan nanti kita tunggu 30 menit lagi sampai sebelum kita buka diskusi, atau mungkin ada jadwal
silakan
lain yang...
Mbak Mustika.
Oke. Baik. Terima kasih Dr. Andaru, kami mohon berkenannya untuk bisa stay dulu nanti supaya bisa kita berbincang-bincang dengan audiens untuk lebih lanjutnya. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the last speaker of this session. I would like to invite the third speaker, Mrs. Ciptasari Prabawanti, Sarjana Psikologi, Master of Science PhD. She is a lecturer of Magister of Psychology in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. I would like to introduce about Mrs. Ciptasari. So as shown in the picture, Mrs. Ciptasari is the lecturer in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, as well as the rector in Universitas Cokro Aminoto, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. She is also the director of Siklus Indonesia since 2007 until the recent time. Siklus Indonesia is a non-profit organization that specializes in public health area. About her education degree, she got her bachelor program in Faculty of Psychology in Universitas Gadjah Mada in 1995, and then she got her master program in the Faculty of Social and Behavioral Science, Health Psychology Department in Leiden University, the Netherlands. And then she graduated from the doctoral program of Faculty of Behavioral and Social Sciences, Social Psychology Department, University of Groningen, the Netherlands. Her research interests mainly about the health-related behaviors and also health-seeking behaviors. So related to that, her working experiences mainly about the being the advisor for the behavior change intervention. One of them is she is the senior GETSI advisor for social protection. GETSI is gender equality, disability, and social inclusion. That's very cool. And one of her recent publication is about the health workforce assessment in Jakarta for effective HIV policy implementation, the challenges and opportunities toward epidemic control in 2099. Well, without further ado, I would like to invite Mrs. Cipta to the screen. Hello, Mrs. Cipta, how are you?
Hello, yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Cipta. You look lovely today. Are you ready for the presentation?
Yeah. We are ready in here. I think the network in here not so good, so I will try my best, but yeah, we'll see.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Cipta. Mrs. Cipta, would you like to share the screen by yourself, or would you like our team to share the screen?
I will try to share the screen by myself.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
Okay, Mrs. Cipta, we will have about 30 minutes for the presentation. And for Mrs. Cipta, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait a minute. I'm not very sure about the network in here.
Yes, may I help you, Miss Cipta? Oke, saat ini belum terlihat untuk slideshow-nya. Atau mungkin berkenan untuk di slideshow dari kami, Ibu? Oh, sudah? Oke, baik. Alright. Okay, Mrs. Chipta, I would like to confirm. It's still, I think there's a little bit freeze in the screen. Okay, well, I think there's a little bit technical issues in Mrs. Chipta, so we would like to hold for a moment. For all the audience, I would like to remind you that you can ask the question for the speakers. You can type the question in the chat column. Please mention your name and then your institution and your questions. You can also ask in Bahasa Indonesia and we will help to translate to the speakers. And the question is also, you can also ask the question for Professor Lisa that we will collect and send it to her through email.
Okay, sorry. The network in here is good. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me in here. This afternoon, I would like to present about infosurveillance because our topic this afternoon related with the surveillance. So, I would like to see from the behavioral science point of view. So we will start talking about the infosurveillance. So this is to complement existing surveillance approaches and strengthen resiliency to epidemic and infodemic. This topic related with our intention to learn from the lesson from the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, next. So as we know, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there are so many information over there and then running in front of us. We can see some of the information is correct information, and many information were not incorrect. We call it as fake news or rumors or hoax. And what we can see at the time that even the correct information came first when this correct information met at some point with the fake news or rumors, then can be turned into different direction, or the information can change suddenly into fake news or even hoax information. So this is why we need to in here to look at infodemics, how the infodemics work during the COVID-19. Yeah, next. So, as maybe mentioned from the previous speaker, we know that the role of surveillance system for effective preparedness as responses, we know here the IBS data and EBS information, and these two intelligent information will meet in the middle as a signal. So the signal basically will be ready to be analyzed, to be used as a source of information. However, we still need to verify, and then afterwards we need to also do the risk assessment, and then based on the risk assessment we can see if the information is pretty high risk or lower risk, and then we can put on the alert system, and then the alert system need to be communicated. So there will be some responses toward this communication. Then action will be needed for that. Yeah, next. Okay, so the common surveillance generally are talking about the disease, related to disease. So surveillance about the disease, so epidemic surveillance. But then in here, what we would like to talk about is about the mis or disinformation that also can be viewed as a risk. So this is a risk about the misinformation or disinformation, not about the disease. As we can see in the COVID-19, we know there are risks in terms of the information. We can say in here about the seriousness of the disease and individual risk, and then about the uncertainty or not enough knowledge available. This is also can be viewed as a risk related with the COVID-19 pandemic, and then issue related trustworthiness of communicators, and then also issues related to values or beliefs. So this COVID-19 risk definition problem, actually, then we need to bring up to the what you call it. We would like to bring to measure it in terms of the to bring it into epidemiological point of view. So that's why the COVID-19 misinformation, they need also to be measured in terms of the magnitude of the misinformation, source of information, trustworthiness of fact checkers, and individual values and beliefs. So all this information that will be brought into we call it as the infodemic or infodemiology, or we call it later as infovalence. Next. In here, we try to understand the term of infodemiology or infovalence in public health. As we know, during COVID-19 pandemic, information and communication were there, and we can see everywhere. And then that's why then we need to bring this information and communication pattern into infodemiology. This is the epidemiology of information. And as we know that information and communication pattern actually affect population behavior or people behavior. This is also affect attitude, and this is also affect health status. That's why then we need to bring into epidemiology, and then based on this epidemiology, the public health professional or policymaker can make decision. They would like to develop our public health intervention. They would like to develop program intervention, or they would like to release policy or policy decision. Next. So actually, when we know about the infodemic, this infodemic not only working in the we need to articulate, we need to reflect it in the multi-layer of the society. As we know that there are socio-ecological model in health system, so the information working also at individual level, interpersonal, organizational, community, and policy. So when we are talking about the infodemic in the infodemiology, actually it will be reflected also at the end at individual level. That's why we need to overcome this situation not only at the policy or community or organization level, but also at individual level. Yeah, next. In this context, then, why we need the managing the infodemics for behavior change? Because as we know that the information, fake information, incorrect information will affect people behavior or people decision making, and then how they will react with the situation, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. The fake information or hot or incorrect information can mislead people to incorrect behavior. So that's why in here we use science, yeah, in this case is infodemiology. Based on this infodemiology, and then we can we know better the data, and then we can use it for developing the intervention. There are 4 factors in the intervention that formulated by WHO. The first one is listen to concern. Number 2, communicate risk and distill science. Number 3, promote resilience to misinformation. Number 4, engage and empower communities. And this kind of intervention, not only working in the physical world, but also especially working in the virtual world. So this intervention designed or developed to target in the physical world and also in the virtual world, as we know, because the information at the moment not only working in the physical world but also in the virtual world, and even the real war of information right now will be happen not in the physical world but in the virtual world. By doing this kind of intervention, we expect that there will be an impact in terms of the behavior change and epidemic risk mitigation. And for this, even the WHO put like what you call tagline: know your risk, then lower your risk. So we need to know what is our risk, and then we can lower our risk. Yeah, next. And here we can see the cake model. In this cake model, we will see here there is like pillar or layer. At the bottom is social media, and then upper social media, news media, and then public healthcare practice, and also science. And actually, this cake model need to be monitored. So we have to do the information monitoring, and also the very important thing that we need to be aware, and we need to fit this layer with quality literacy level. So that's why we use e-health literacy to fit this layer with quality type of information, correct information, quality education, to make sure that all the information that working in these all layers are correct and quality information. And in here we can see that these layers not really working alone. It will be also affected with the external factors. There are like politics, commercial, selective reporting, and even misunderstanding. Yeah. Next. And here we can see the risk communication and community participation across stakeholders. As we can see that in the socio-ecological model, that the information not only working in each layer separately, they can be working like simultaneously in all layers, and also the intervention need to be targeted also in all layers instead of only in one layer. So in here we can see that the risk communication and community participation among stakeholders happen in here. We can see in here type of measurement, number of messages, communication of uncertainty, power, community participation, emotion, and confusion. And we can see in here, I will say that in the government and media may be the ones that look better in showing or presenting this profile. We can see in here like social media, number of messages abundant, communication of uncertainty multiple, power medium, community participation high, emotion very high, confusion high. And this is, we can see that this is very unsafe source of information for public or for community or for people. Now we can compare with the government in here. Number of messages many, communication of uncertainty low, power high, community participation of personnel, emotion medium, confusion moderate. If we compare the profile of each part in here, scientists, WHO, government, media, social media, and public, we can see that government and media, the first one is government, the best one government, and the second one media. These two relatively safe source of information for public, for community, for people in this country. And luckily, fortunately that in our country, in Indonesia, the government finally take over of all this process of information delivery, then can overcome the problem related with the infodemic that I mentioned before. Yeah, next. So this is the key factors of successful intervention. We can see in here, starting with the listen to concern, and then communicate risk and distill science, and then promote resilience to misinformation, and then engage and empower communities. Actually, what we would like to say in here, with regard to listen to concern, the importance of listening to individuals and communities is to have a better understanding of their evolving concern and information needs. In the era where we can find that information can be very easily to find and then very freely for people to access any kind of information by themselves, we can see in terms of the information, we can see the high level of democracy in terms of information distribution or access to information. So we cannot limit people anymore to access only certain information. They can access from everywhere, whenever they want, whatever they want. So in here, that's why we need to involve community and people and educate them to make them smarter to access the information. That's why in the previous slide, could you please go back to the previous slide, please? Again, previous, this one. We can see in here, when people find information, they have to do filter first, and then analyze, and then they can find the correct information, and then transform, and then share. So this kind of cycle should be known by the audience, by community, by people. So when they receive information, they will not like do share automatically or instantly without doing the filter first, analyze, and then select the correct information, transform, and then the last one is share. So we should educate people to be more smart, to be smarter. Then they know what type or which kind of information they can share to others. Ya, kembali lagi ke back to this one. So in the situation like right now, when the level of democracy in terms of equality to get information or access information from everywhere, whenever they want, whatever they want, we cannot limit people anymore. The only way we have to do is educate people to be smarter to access the information. We cannot like limit people anymore, or what you can say, to ban some information. This is not very easy, especially for the country like Indonesia. And then the second one, communicate risk and distill science. In here, that effective risk communication in a timely manner and distill the science need interactive exchange of information between experts and public health. So as I said before, that we have to deliver effective risk communication, because know your risk, then lower your risk. Make people smarter and understand what they risk, and then they know how to do. Promote resilience to misinformation. So, okay, then another thing is we have to promote resilience to misinformation. We strengthen people, we strengthen community, we strengthen our audiences, and then here the trust and resilient building processes through social inoculation strategies, promote adoption of healthy behavior and sustainable practices by by strengthen the community, the people, the audience. Then we can let them to adopt healthy behavior, and then if they adopt this healthy behavior by because they have their own awareness and because they have their own resilience, it will be more sustainable. And then the last one is people-centered and community-led path approaches have resulted in increased the trust and social cohesion in managing the infodemics. Yes. So again in here, we have to make sure about the community engagement in this process. And as we know, by having this kind of social media, and then people can have their own control to the media, to the news, to the social media they have. So there is no other way that we have to equip them and empower them so they can manage themselves. So that by using this way, then we can strengthen the social cohesion, and then so we can manage the infodemics. And we can see right now, I can say that Indonesia is pretty good handling this kind of cases. I mean, to overcome the situation with the infodemic during the COVID-19 pandemic, because as we know right now, I think most of the people, of course, there are some certain percentage they still not aware about the situation, or they refuse to have vaccination. This is one of the risks. When people they don't know how to do, or we do not we do not control the hoax or fake news, then people can misunderstand about the vaccination function. This is one of the risks that we have to face. But we can say in here, in the case of Indonesia, I think Indonesia can can handle it pretty well. Now people mostly they understand about the risks. They aware about the healthy behavior in terms of facing the COVID-19 pandemic, and they also have, I think they also have pretty high awareness, good awareness about the vaccination. Yeah, next. And this is, we would like to explain here how do infovalence get along with epidemic intelligence. So as we know that in the past, we are only talking about the epidemiology or surveillance in terms of disease. But in this era, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, it become more popular that we need to also face the infodemic. So not only the epidemic in terms of the disease, but also epidemic in terms of the information. And as we can see in here from this picture, that when we control the infodemic, then can also lower the epidemic. So actually, epidemic and infodemic should work together. They have to get along together to overcome the epidemic. In this case, the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic.
Mrs. Chipta, pardon me, we have 5 minutes left for the presentation.
Yeah, okay. I think this is we almost come to the last slide. Yeah. Next. And this is from the several measurements that conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic. There are several issues that come up: the cause, the illness, the treatment, the intervention, and information. And from this, from every aspect, we can see there are some issues also come up. Yeah. Next. Thank you. I think the summary of this presentation that we need to ensure the intervention are effective. Infodemic management must be integrated into the overall preparedness and response. Then infodemic management must ensure that people have the right information at the right time, in the right format, so that people are informed and empowered. I think that's the simply that what we would like to learn from this presentation is this last paragraph. Next.
Okay,
thank you
very
much. I think that, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Mrs. Chipta for the presentation. That's wonderful. And I really love the title of your materials, Infovalence. This is very ear-catching. And you talk about how to manage infodemiology or the epidemiology of information for the impact of behavior change. And the intervention that we can do to the behavior change by this infodemiology is that we can listen to the concerns of the community and then communicate risk and distill science, promote resilience to misinformation, and also engage and empower communities. And all of that is conducted both in physical world or real world and also the virtual world. Thank you very much for Mrs. Chita. This is very insightful. And for ladies and gentlemen, we will have a discussion, but because of the limited time, we only have about 10 minutes for question and answer. So I would like to invite, is there any audience that would like to deliver their question directly? You can raise your hand by clicking the raise hand button in the Zoom, or also you can put the question in the chat section. Is there any question already in the chat? Would you please for the team to show the question? Oh.
Assalamualaikum.
Okay, yeah, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. So please welcome. You can introduce yourself. Okay.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Rizka Nur Afdaliana Jonur dari FKM Angkatan 19 Peminatan MRS. Yang ingin saya tanyakan kepada Dr. Andaru, bagaimana pemanfaatan teknologi informasi di dalam mendukung pelaksanaan surveillance kesehatan di rumah sakit, terutama pada masa pandemi. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih. Thank you for Rizka, our student in Public Health Faculty. Untuk Dr. Andaru, monggo bisa untuk menjawab sekaligus, Dok. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya, Mbak Rizka ya. Menarik sekali ya apa yang disampaikan Bu Cipta tadi ya. Bu Cipta juga sangat menarik, Prof. Lisa tadi juga sangat menarik. Jadi transformasi digital, teknologi informasi mau tidak mau terus berkembang dan mesti kita manfaatkan semaksimal mungkin untuk sistem baik koleksi data, kemudian mengintegrasikan dengan berbagai berbagai komponen dalam sistem surveillance yang ada ya. Jadi memang belum semua fasilitas kesehatan mengembangkan teknologi informasinya secara maksimal, tetapi kita semua akan menuju ke sana karena transformasi yang dicanangkan oleh Bapak Menteri Kesehatan. Ada 6 transformasi, salah satu komponen transformasi itu adalah digital transformation. Ya, tidak hanya di bidang data, tetapi juga di bidang yang lain-lain, seperti misalnya registrasi pasien, bahkan telemedicine, ada lagi robotik medicine, ya. Jadi sangat luas sekali pengembangannya. Sekarang kita fokus di surveillance. Dengan teknologi informasi, mestinya berbagai bias dan variasi di dalam penetapan penetapan kasus atau case identification, entah apapun case-nya ya, COVID contohnya, itu bisa didefinisi operasionalkan secara lebih clear, konsisten dan objektif. Contohnya, disebut confirm COVID masuk ke dalam kategori disease COVID adalah bila diperiksa dengan PCR SARS-CoV-2 ketemu antigen yang material genetik yang konsisten minimal 2 gen target dengan CT value lebih dari kurang dari 40 misalnya. Ya. Itu nggak ada yang bisa merubah karena itu masuk ke sistem. Itu yang bagus. Tetapi yang sekarang masih banyak yang input by human, ya. Jadi humannya yang menentukan ini input ke dalam case atau not case. But di sistem surveillance yang dikembangkan di rumah sakit kami untuk HIS, itu kami sudah menghubungkan dengan definisi operasional per kasus berdasarkan data klinis dan laboratoris yang dimasukkan. Jadi tidak disimpulkan oleh human, tetapi disimpulkan oleh AI, artificial information, mengolah kriteria yang sudah dimasukkan. Itu kelebihan kita melakukan surveillance menggunakan sistem informasi. Yang lain misalnya syndromic surveillance untuk menangkap misalnya resiko tinggi mengarah ke tuberkulosis, ya. Tuberkulosis di kita di Indonesia itu bergeser antara nomor 2, nomor 3, nomor 4 kembali lagi nomor 3, nomor 2 dan seterusnya karena pengendalian infeksi yang jelek. Pengendalian infeksi tidak bisa optimal karena screening pasien tidak adekuat. Ketika screening pasien tidak adekuat, maka penemuan kasus secara aktif lemah, tidak cukup signifikan, ya. Padahal penemuan aktif itu penting untuk pengendalian infeksi dan menentukan ini pengobatannya secara baik dan kasus tidak menyebar, gitu ya. Dengan syndromic testing kita bisa mengatur dalam sistem ketika data menunjukkan pasien ada riwayat demam, pasien dengan riwayat hasil mikroskopis TB dalam 1 bulan terakhir seperti ini, dengan riwayat pemeriksaan molekuler TB dalam 1 bulan terakhir begini, maka masuk ke dalam pasien dalam perhatian. Itu akan tersosialisasikan, akan terkirim, teronline ke semua poliklinik. Sehingga semua klinik yang akan melayani pasien tersebut ketika membuka electronic medical record-nya sudah akan ternotifikasi bahwa pasien dalam pengawasan. Itu contoh bagaimana penggunaan transformasi digital, sistem informasi, dan artificial informasi bisa digunakan untuk mengembangkan sistem surveillance secara lebih adekuat, objektif, on time, ya, tepat waktu, kemudian juga dengan konsistensi definisi. Mungkin jawaban saya begitu, Mbak Mustika.
Baik, terima kasih banyak Dr. Andaru. Saya kembalikan kepada Dek Rizka. Sudah terjawab ya pertanyaannya dengan komplit tadi oleh Dr. Andaru. Terima kasih kepada Rizka. Saya undang lagi, silakan apabila dari audiens ada yang ingin menyampaikan secara langsung pertanyaannya. You can click the raise hand button. Is there anyone else that want to deliver the question? Okay, you can open the mic and introduce yourself and deliver the question.
Ya, terima kasih. Perkenalkan, saya Teti Disdianti dari FKM UAD. Izin bertanya kepada Dr. Andaru, bagaimana peran bagian manajemen dalam implementasi surveillance di rumah sakit? Terima kasih.
Baik, langsung ya, Mbak Mustika.
Monggo Ibu.
Ya, Terima kasih Mbak Lisdianti. Peran manajemen sangat-sangat penting. Ya, tadi di dalam safety culture antara lain leadership, kemudian culture dan komitmen dari manajemen itu memegang peran penting untuk pemanfaatan data-data evidence based practice untuk menjadi bagian bahan pertimbangan dalam menyusun polisi kebijakan, keputusan-keputusan strategis di dalam rumah sakit atau fasilitas kesehatan menuju goals dari goals spesifik dari fasilitas kesehatan yang bersangkutan. Karena itu safety culture, kemudian quality yang didasari tadi dengan ethical practice ya, itu menjadi bagian penting dari semua sistem surveillance yang dikembangkan oleh suatu institusi kesehatan. Kalau manajemen tidak mendukung, salah satu contoh bagaimana handicap atau keterbatasan yang akan dihadapi oleh tim survei yang ada itu antara lain ketersediaan staff yang difokuskan untuk koleksi data, penguatan kapasitas dari setiap staff yang terlibat dalam pengumpulan, analisis, dan interpretasi data, membuat reporting real time, kemudian membuat itu terhubung dengan para pemangku kepentingan yang memiliki kewenangan untuk mengambil kebijakan. Saya pikir tanpa komitmen yang total dari manajemen untuk menjadikan surveillance secara institusional menjadi bagian penting dari praktek pengumpulan dan deteksi identifikasi masalah, itu tadi yang disebutkan Bu Cipta juga atau Prof. Lisa juga, bahwa keputusan-keputusan yang ada mungkin tidak tepat sasaran, tidak cost efektif, dan mungkin berbeda dengan fakta yang sebetulnya dibutuhkan. Begitu Mbak Lisdianti ya. Terima kasih.
Baik,
saya kembalikan ke Mbak Mustika.
Terima kasih banyak Dr. Andaru atas jawabannya pada Mbak Teti ya. Tadi sudah terjawab dengan jelas ya untuk bagaimana peran manajemen dalam surveillance tadi. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya yakin sebenarnya masih banyak ya yang ingin ngobrol dan juga tanya kepada para narasumber kita. Tetapi sayang sekali karena kita waktunya terbatas dan kita perlu untuk move on to another agenda because we still have the session for oral presentation at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we have to close this session right now for the second plenary session of the 7th Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health Conference 2022. Thank you so much again for all the speakers of this session, Professor Lisa, Dr. Andaru, as well as Mrs. Ciptasari for the insight for all of us. Thank you so much for your time and your sharing with us. I hope you are always healthy and always full of joy to, we have to promote the evidence-based practice in our everyday life. Okay, and lastly, I would like to thank all the committee and also all the audiences for having me as the moderator in this session, and I would like to apologize for every mistake that I may made in this session. Thank you very much. I will invite back the Master of Ceremony of this session to Mrs. Nana. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much to the speakers who have been pleased to share their knowledge with all participants. We would like to thanks to Mrs. Mustika for being pleased to moderate this plenary session too. We have a certificate to all speakers and moderator as our appreciation for your contribution in this conference. Sorry, yeah. We have a certificate to all speakers and moderator as our appreciation for your contribution in this conference. To the commit, please display the certificate, please. Okay, this is this certificate for Prof. Lisa. And then the second is for Dr. Andaru. The third certificate for Dr. Ciptasari Prabawanti. And the last is for Mrs. Mustika Cahya Nirmala Dewinta. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for next agenda is oral presentation session. All participants of the oral presentation session, please be able to join the break room according to the guideline in the Book of Abstracts. Non-presenter participants, please join to the break room according to your respective interests. We have 5 rooms in here with the topic are Room 1, Epidemiology and Disease Prevention. Room 2, Food and Nutrition. Room 3, Health Promotion. Room 4, Hospital Management and Reproductive Health. Room 5, Occupational and Environment Health. We convey that after participating in the oral presentation session, presenters and non-presenters, please be able to back to the main room. Bagi seluruh peserta dari konferensi UPHEC 2022 ini, agenda saat ini adalah oral presentasi. Kami persilahkan kepada seluruh Bapak Ibu untuk bergabung di break room sesuai dengan guideline yang ada di Book of Abstract. Bagi peserta non-presenter, kami persilahkan juga untuk bisa join ke dalam break room sesuai dengan topik yang Bapak Ibu inginkan. Topik yang tersedia di dalam 5 ruangan. Yang pertama adalah ruang 1 dengan topik epidemiologi dan epidemiology and disease prevention. Room 2, food and nutrition. Room 3, health promotion. Room 4, Hospital Management and Reproductive Health, dan Room 5, Occupational and Environmental Health. Kami persilahkan untuk segera join ke dalam break room agar sesi oral presentation bisa segera dimulai. Ketika sesi oral presentasi sudah selesai, kami mohon kepada seluruh peserta, baik presenter maupun non-presenter, untuk kembali ke main room. Terima kasih. Okay, welcome back to the main room of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health Conference 2022. I hope all of you still excited at the end of this conference agenda because I have some excited announcement for you. Well, all the participants, the first announcement is come from the performance of presenters participants. The committee has a decision for the best presenter in each room. The best presenter is displayed in this video. Well, congratulations for all the winner. Best presenter in room 1, Riani Setianingsih. Room 2, Rahmawati Widyaningrum. Room 3, Heni Trisnowati. Room 4, Agus Rahmat Hidayat. And room 5, Ahmad Farid. We hope all of you still in the main room of this conference. Are you there? Riani Setianingsih? Rahmawati, Heni Trisnawati, Agus Rahmat Hidayat, and Ahmad Farid. Congratulations for all of you. Well, the second announcement is the committee will give door prize for 4 selected participants. And then the lucky participants are congratulations to Riani Setianingsih, Baik Ananda, Teti Lisdianti, also Rizka Nur Afdaliana. All of you can contact our committee Ratna Sari Mulyaningsih at 0821 3794 7363. Congratulations. And the end announcement for all participants. Last announcement is the certificate and all material from all speakers will be sent to your email soon after this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, move to the end of the event. We ask the chairman of the committee and also as the head of study program of public health, Mr. Samsu Hidayat, PhD, to deliver the closing remark of this event. To Mr. Samsu Hidayat, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Bu Martiana. I hope you don't mind with the noise. It's very noisy here, but I hope you don't mind. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have learned a lot from the keynote speaker and the invited speakers who have shared their interesting paper. Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you for delivering such important material. I would also like to thank all presenters and participants, and congratulations for the best presenters who have joined this conference. For you, and I have one announcement also for you who have not sent your full paper. Please submit it to us to our email by next Saturday, the 5th of November 2022, the latest. And finally, I would like to thank all the committee members for organizing this conference and ensuring that it proceeded smoothly. I also like to thank to our partners, organization partners, Sarjito General Hospital, PKU Muhammadiyah Hospital, Pratama Hospital, Raja Wali Citra Hospital, Nur Hidayah Hospital, Gracia Hospital, Nyi Ageng Serang Hospital, and the district health offices, the Indonesian Public Health Practitioner Association, OYAPMI, the Indonesian Society for Health Promotion and Education, PKMI, the Indonesian Epidemiologists Association, or PIE, the Association of Public Health Programs in Muhammadiyah, or APT KMMI, and our university partners, University of Ibnu Khaldun, University of Tadulako, University of Diponegoro, University of Palu Oleo. Sorry if I missed to mention some of our partners, but we're really grateful that you all support us and support for this event. In this occasion, I would also like to apologize for the inconvenience that you might experience during this conference. And thank you once again for your participation, and wish you all have a nice experience today. Wish you luck, and I hope that we can meet again for the next year's conference, because it's an annual conference. And lastly, last but not least, thank you very much. Have a nice day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Samsu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the event is over, I think. We hope this event is a good experience for you and increase your knowledge about public health. And then many thanks to our partner who support our conference this year. And then last, we say many thanks. Thank you very much to all speakers, also to all participants, to join with us in the Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Public Health Conference 2020 and 22. And then see you in the next year, UPHEC in 2023. I close this conference with wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.